Hi, Tony. Hi, Heather. John.
Hello. Finally got my headset working.
Hi.
Wonderful. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Can't complain.
I think we have all board members but Linda, but if we want to give it one more minute for everyone to get set up.
And Nick, yeah.
City sprawls from a small historic core to encompass over 1 million people.
It's Linda. All right, I think we're ready when you are, John.
All right, let's call this meeting a CPDC to order. And as has been customary, Julie, can you start off, or Andrew, whoever, with the rules for Zoom?
Sure, yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you for attending the CPDC meeting of April 12th, 2021. Tonight from staff, we have me, Julie Mercier, Community Development Director, and Andrew McNichol, Staff Planner. From the Commission, we have John Weston, Heather Klisch, Nick Safina, Tony DiRezzo, Pamela Adrian, and Linda Harrison. So this meeting is recorded by RCTV and also over Zoom. We just ask if you can please remain muted at all times. And then, typically the way this process works is for each application, we'll have a presentation from the development team, and then the Commission will get a chance to ask them questions. And then the Commission chair will open the meeting up to public comment. If you'd like to make a comment during that time, you can either raise your hand like this or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. If you once you are acknowledged to speak during public comment, if you can please state your name and address for the record, that's really helpful for our minutes. And the other thing I would request is please refrain from using the chat feature unless you're having a technical problem and you want to chat me or Andrew directly. We can help you with that, but this is an open public meeting and we want to avoid any violations of open meeting law. So I think that's all for me. Thanks, John.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Julie. So the first item that we're gonna pick up on today's agenda, I think maybe I'm sorry, I'm bringing the agenda up. The computer is a little slow here. Oh, it is set up this way. Okay, for a a sign permit application for 86 Haven Street.
Be me.
All right. Hi, Ann.
Hi, how are you, John?
Good. So, Andrew, can you share
I
your screen
can
with the application?
pull it up quick. So whenever you're ready, Anne, if you don't mind explaining the proposal.
Sure. So Reading Pediatric is taking over, I don't know if this is permanent for them or not, but a space because of COVID, they needed some more room. And they took over where Silva's Alterations was, basically replacing the sign that was there, same size, same like a black background, aluminum sign, and they want to have their cloud logo and their name in gold, similar to the one they have on the back of 52 Haven right now. So this is their additional space. We have already frosted the windows for privacy because that's basically a waiting room, and there's you can't really see it, but there's like a curtain there where patients kind of are. So we did just frost the window part way up with like a stripe just to brighten up the front and make it look a little bit nicer and give the patient some privacy. But basically they just need the permit for the sign.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment.
Mhm.
It might be a good idea if certainly any of the light letters looks like the N in Reading and the word pediatric were outlined with black, they might stand out a little bit better.
So that logo is basically something they pulled off the internet to give me to use on the sign. It's not the actual decal that will be there. They will be much clearer than that. That was an issue for me as well.
Yes.
They had trouble finding the proper file. In the meantime, I have printed out one for their for another window in the other building, and they're much cleaner.
Okay.
That really was just for the basis of design. Yeah, I would be
And the-
embarrassed if it looked like that. But I
The
guess when
gold
you blow
letters
it
are
up,
going to
you can
match the
really
other
see.
gold letters?
I'm sorry?
The gold
So they're
letters on this will match the other gold letters next to this?
So
sign?
the one next to it, those are three-dimensional plastic. They're not like gold leaf. They're just a gold color. They will be the same color, but they're not three-dimensional.
Okay, but they won't be as yellow as this.
No, again, this is just for a basic
Yeah.
layout for the client and then to acquire the permit. But it says there that they will be a metallic gold, not a shiny metallic, but like a, like a car finish, a nice metallic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just a weird combination, that gold with, the colors and stuff.
Yeah, they don't have, I can't like change their logo. I could make the letters white if they
Mhm.
agreed to that, but the sign on the back of the building also has gold letters. I actually don't think that they would be opposed if you were that strongly, if you felt that strongly to changing the color. But I think in the end, it will look fine.
Nick, I see you, I think I see you contemplating, or do you have any other thoughts on that?
I don't know. I mean, silver might look better, but if the rest of the building already has all gold lettering, I guess I would leave it. It's just a personal thing to me, a personal taste thing, I guess. I just don't like that yellowy gold with that pediatric multicolored logo. But that's just me, I think.
Well, I mean, I can speak with, I mean, I can't change their logo. That's the thing.
No, I don't mind the logo. In fact, it'd be a great pendant sign, frankly, just sort of hanging out there. But you know, they all have limits. I just don't care enough about it. I don't think the building is ugly, so I want to
I
knock down
know.
the building and put a park in.
Call Larry.
Pull up the certificate here if anyone has any comments on it or other comments.
Now, you saw my other comment about the application just having the wrong number for
I
the
did.
building facade length.
I did, yep, good cut, good find. I can correct that in office tomorrow.
Yeah, we just don't want the building inspector to do the calculation and say it's too big.
Right.
So any other comments from the board or from the public?
Seeing none.
All right, so right, I think right, no strong objections, not necessarily what we do, but okay as stands, right? So
If you want, I mean, if you want to make a suggestion, I would bring it to them. Would I have to come back to you this way or?
That's what I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to do that.
yeah,
You know,
Right.
the one thing that sticks in my mind is Nick, your question about, you know, is it going to be the same gold as the other signs there? Because as depicted, it's kind of yellow gold that kind of reminds me of like a 1970s gold car. And I don't want you to have to come back either, but maybe under the conditions where we say it'll be in the colors depicted on the documents, can we just condition it that the color is more like the color of the gold on the other?
So
on
the
other
other
signs we're
signs
building?
there's three, there are the Utopia sign, which has like a kind of a pinkish fuchsia background. Those letters are gold leaf.
Okay.
The Chief's Barbershop sign, his letters are a metallic looking gold plastic, which is like an imitation. And the vinyl that I use for this gold is it's not really a yellow. It's like, it looks like a metallic gold, but it's just not dimensional. I can drop you a sample if you would like to see it.
I don't want it to be all that involved.
yeah. Can we
No,
just
I wanted to make
note?
a comment relative to that, and that is the information that's in the gold lettering is the exact same thing that's in the logo. I don't know why you can't dispense with the gold and go straight for the logo and make it big. It'd be much more impactful.
I think I'm
Just a
misunderstanding.
thought.
So the logo, what happens with the logo is it's approximately, it's 19 inches tall, but it's about 24 inches wide. So the sign itself is only 24 inches. So if I go even 3 more inches, it doesn't give me the length. So I couldn't use just the logo there.
I see.
In fact, at 52 Haven, where Reading Foot and Ankle is, there's a small space that Reading Pediatric is hoping to put a 3-dimensional cloud logo, just the cloud in the big space, which actually will be really nice, but we haven't gotten to the point of designing that yet. And they do want to make it look like all the other signs on 52 Haven. It's just, they really want this space open. Well, they are open, but they want a sign on this space, and they want the silver sign taken down. So we needed to get this one through first.
Okay,
Can I recommend that in there, we just mentioned that it should be a metallic gold, what's the right term, right? Metallic gold?
Yeah, and it's written, I did,
Oh, it
right,
is
yeah, it's in
metallic
there.
gold.
Yeah.
And to match, and hopefully to match existing building signage. I know it's a finding, not a condition, but we would hopefully try to hold it to that.
Well, hold on. So it's not lettering that's matching. It's the color that's matching.
Yes.
But that's
Color.
not what that says.
True.
You understand, right? That says
Right.
consists of black iron metallic gold lettering to match the existing building signage, which is not what, we don't want to restrict you that way, right? We just want the color, the tone.
You're saying,
Yeah.
you're saying it's not the font?
Correct. We don't want to match the
Right.
font, do we? I mean, that's, they
No,
have
no,
their
no.
own
About the
font.
font,
No,
I'm
but
thinking
that-
more
that
about the
doesn't-
color. Right.
Yes, there you go.
I just didn't want it to be construed that you had to match the font.
A font, okay.
Actually, it should be lettering colored metallic gold. to
Colored
match.
metallic, I was just thinking.
Should we have that as a condition too? Not
So,
just a,
because in the drawing, I think that I wrote letters are metallic gold. In the layout of the wall sign that I sent, it states in there, letters are metallic gold.
You could have it as a condition and then just go to Julie. Just do it administratively if you want to see a sample.
I think it's fine the way it is, right? Because the expectation states that the finding states that that's the expectation of what that color is. Or at least that's my take. If you guys want to put in a condition, I'm fine with that too.
No, I'm good with that.
Or we can have a motion. If anyone wants to.
A motion to approve, are we ready to do that?
I think.
Okay, so I'll move to approve the sign permit application for 86 Haven Street, Reading Pediatric Associates.
second it.
As amended.
Yes.
All right, any further discussion? No. Roll call vote. We'll start with Heather,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
John, yes, Pam,
Yes,
Linda.
Yes.
All right,
Well, thank you very much.
thank you.
Pleasure.
All right, and I will get you the final of this as soon as I can.
No problem. Thanks so much, Andrew. You're always so helpful.
No problemo.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
as well. And then if I could ask before we jump into the larger items, John, if we could take the extension of time request out of order, it's under other business. We could jump to that and get that out of the way.
Sure. Let's do that.
Believe Josh Latham is here. Josh, are you here?
Good evening. How are you tonight?
Hi, Josh.
Thank you for taking this out of order. So this is with regards to the subdivision you approved in 2018 at 40 Grove Street. As you may recall, it was an existing historic home, and the approval was for a limited subdivision to allow for one yield buildable lot behind. The client had prepared to go forward, and with the onset of COVID, they could not get things started. As you know, within your decision, you have a 2-year time frame to complete all infrastructure. As a result, he was unable to complete the infrastructure. Just as an additional point, the governor and the Massachusetts legislature did sign Chapter 53 of 2020, which extended all expiration dates and deadlines within permits and approvals, but that only provides until 60 days after the state of emergency is lifted. So what we're requesting this evening is essentially the board's approval to extend the deadline within the approval. What we'd ask for is 1 year from tonight's date, just to allow some certainty so that if he's going to incur the costs of going forward with building the project, he's not going to have a deadline that springs up on him on 60 days notice.
All right.
Isn't all you had to do was start the project though, to get the permit going?
You know, it's true under the law, that's correct. The problem is the way the decision is drafted, it says it all has to be completed within 2 years. And so I wouldn't want to have any ambiguity.
I don't know. I guess I don't understand because I'm involved in much more complex construction projects that, while may have slowed down in some areas, were able to move forward. So I don't understand what exactly he wasn't able to do with infrastructure. Just basically just clear the site.
Well, he's not a professional developer, first of all. He lives in a historic home. And so for him, this was a retirement type account project for him. And you know, it took him some time to figure things out, get things going. So then he was preparing to do it pretty much early last year. And then when things started, he was concerned about putting the investment into it with COVID and his own job. So it kind of resulted as to where we are. I mean, as it stands today, essentially under the Massachusetts Act, the deadline is extended till 60 days after the state of emergency is lifted. It's just that the problem is, you know, to have the certainty of knowing to start to undertake it, but the decision says it has to be completed within 2 years. We just want to kind of bridge that gap and not have it be any kind of ambiguity.
Okay, I get that, but I would not be inclined to extend it again because all that points to me is that his inability to act as a developer, he's just out of his league, right? So, you know, we can approve developments to people who have no business doing developments, and then the projects just get approved and sit there and then die.
Well, I would just retort, you know, it's private property rights. And so he did go forward and request this approval. And really for him is to go and sell the back lot to be built. And so obviously when COVID hit, the ability to market property, it became a very different landscape. So where he is now, he's looking to see if he can find a developer to work with him to build that back lot. Obviously prospects are much better now so that he can go forward. And he's acknowledged that this isn't something that he can do personally. He does need the professional expertise.
Any other thoughts or comments on this? No. I'll say that I had sort of similar thoughts that, you know, right during this past year, lots of developments were able to move forward, but right, there's all sorts of complications that also happened, and I would be amenable to granting the 1 year, but with no expectation that, you know, if this real can't move forward within that year, then you know, that's a different story. So and was actually thinking a 1 year extension, which would bring it to next January. And my question was going to be, is that a realistic time frame to finish? But what I heard you proposing is 1 year from tonight, and which I would assume would be a realistic time frame.
You know, 1 year from the January date is obviously still something we would be happy with. It's more, I guess, bridging the gap of the way the decision is written, that everything has to be completed. And that's where I get a little bit of a concern.
Yeah.
But if the understanding is it doesn't have to necessarily be absolutely completed by that date, it's more that we can be undertaking to complete it, then that clearly won't be an issue at all. And I do expect this is something that will be undertaken pretty quickly.
I have a question. You may have just answered it. I wasn't here on CPDC when this originally went through, so I'm just kind of familiarizing myself with it. And I agree, COVID's been hard. And so for an individual homeowner who's trying to do this, I think it would be challenging. We're still under a state of emergency. Is the sentiment that he can get going on some of the things that need to be done, even while we're still under a state of emergency, so that it'll be ready in January or in a year?
Yes, yes, it is. And in fact, he does have a builder that he's talking to now. And one of the builder's concerns was, well, boy, we can't even, or what if we can't finish this? And suddenly the governor lifts the state of emergency in 2 weeks. And suddenly we have 60 days plus 2 weeks to make sure that we've completed everything, which we clearly can't do under decision. But the way things are now, there's definitely more of a pattern as to how folks are operating under COVID. And certainly it seems things are opening up a little bit. So we're very optimistic this is going to start relatively soon.
Thanks.
I'd be willing to extend 1 year, but not change the terms. This is one lot, but it's in the middle of a whole bunch of other residences, and they shouldn't be subjected to 3 years worth of construction for a single house. Right? This is not a year's worth of work, COVID or not. So give them a year to get the whole thing done. Well, a year beyond. Yeah, a year. I mean, a year from now, they should.
Yeah, a year from now.
They have the whole season ahead of them.
Yeah.
The whole season, they can build until December in the ground, right? And they can build above. There's no reason they can't get this done in a year.
No, fair enough. Absolutely.
Yeah, so change nothing but that date, right? So it's still completion within by whatever date today is a year from now. Any additional discussion, further discussion on this?
So if I can get a clarification. Nick, are you asking that the second building be completed within the year, as well as all of the infrastructure?
Construction of all required improvements. Whatever that was. If we read deeper into this, does that mean the entire building has to be up, or does it just mean all of the infrastructure grading?
Started, I would think.
No, I want more than just started, because you can clear the lot and wait 2 more years, and then, like I said,
That's true.
everybody's dealing with all the water that's going in the wrong places and all that stuff. So
We want to say completion of all required improvements in construction.
whatever we had written there. I don't want to change any of that language. I don't know if we described this anywhere else. I just think that a 1 year extension is sufficient, frankly, to finish the entire thing. And the way the housing market is right now, they could put a house up and sell it the next day.
Sold. Yep. Agree.
All right, actually, if you look at finding number 2, it seems that it says everything should be completed by January 14th.
Good tip. So the language in the subdivision rules and regs states a year, but it gives the flexibility for the CPDC to also extend that date, so we can modify this. And that's at least the way that we read it.
Okay.
Make it say 2022.
Yep. So actually, now that I read this, I believe this was the original date, and that was the original deadline. Now that I'm reading.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to change that.
But this is all about getting the infrastructure built in support of the subdivision, right? Not necessarily the house, right? Because, well, in getting the street accepted, typically the house is done before before everything is completed, but it doesn't have to be, right?
I mean, for what it's worth, the subdivision approval is really for creating the frontage. It's the roadway and the access. And then there would be a separate building permit, of course, applied for with its own timeframes to be completed. So as I read the decision, it's really relative to completing the infrastructure, the roadway, the drainage, facilities, et cetera.
Yeah.
I would just add too that this, thank you for John and Josh for stating that. This language about timeframe for completion comes directly from our subdivision regulations, which is pertaining to the creation of the road and the infrastructure, more so than the actual construction of the homes.
Right. And so typically the road in a normal subdivision, right? The road is not, final pavement doesn't go in, and completion of the road doesn't happen until the houses are almost complete, though that's, there are reasons for that, and that doesn't necessarily have to happen in this instance for you to be able to meet this deadline. Probably will, right? But letter of the law. So does that all make sense? Are we all on the same page? Yeah, nodding heads.
Yep.
All right. All right. Any further discussion or anything on this? So what what's the title of this document? I'm sorry. Is this
Extension of time.
all right.
request.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Yeah, I just want to understand whether this is an as amended motion or whether it's
I do
just the
believe it is
extension.
as amended because we changed this deadline from January to April.
But I guess, but the extension of time is not a document that was ever approved before, right? I mean,
So we would be approving it tonight.
right.
So it's not amended.
I
It
don't think
says,
so either. Move that the CPDC approve the extension for time. The extension of time request for 40 Grove Street, Nichols Estate.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right. Roll call vote. Heather,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
John, yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hey, John, can I just add something in general?
Sure.
What my concern was here was that we got that proposal, for example, on Main Street, the former bridal shop, right?
Mhm.
Came back with this great building and went through all the efforts and dealt with all the neighborhood issues to approve that bigger building that was all really modern and nice and everything. And then that developer wasn't able to move that forward and came back with that crappy little strip mall thing.
Mm.
And I think that why are we wasting our time with that? Because somebody else potentially could have done something with that lot, or a developer more savvy could have developed something much better than, so that was my concern with just blanket approval of time extensions because the developer isn't qualified to develop land.
Right.
Understood. Thank you. All right. So back to our agenda. Next item is the continued public hearing. No. Oh, I thought, all right, continued public hearing for a 40R plan review, 18 Woburn Street.
Good evening, Josh Latham here this evening on behalf of GC Federa Contracting, the applicant for a downtown smart growth application approval to redevelop the site at 18 Woburn Street. We last appeared before you on March 8th, and that was the opening of this public hearing. You provided us many comments during that hearing. We took those into advisement, met with the team, and the team really did a top-down reevaluation of the project. We have submitted revised plans to you before this evening. I'll quickly touch on the major points of change and then turn it over to the design team to dig deeper. The first item, if I could share my screen, if that's okay.
Sure.
Great. Is that appearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So the first major change is that the board members mentioned or noted they really wanted this entire first floor to be retail/restaurant, to make it commercial use. So we have done that. We've converted the entire first floor to be retail restaurant. It turns into about 2,350 square feet. That also allows for the entire deck in the rear overlooking the municipal lot to also be entirely used for the commercial use, to provide outdoor dining, for instance, or for other reasons. And that deck is about 490 square feet. By removing the handicap accessible apartment from the first floor, we did move one additional unit to the second floor. So now all the residential units, there are 7 in total, are on the second and third floors.
Good.
This also required that we install a full elevator running from the underneath garage all the way to the third floor. We also revisited the building width and the footprint. And the intent of that was considering the access point from Woburn Street to the right of way. And as we spoke about last time, we have some turning issues with the existing 15-foot right of way that the town has. Well, what we've now accomplished is that we have 5 feet at the input from Woburn Street to the right of way. And that would allow, if we can grant an easement to the town, for a full 20 feet at that entrance point. It does reduce down to 3 feet as you enter into the municipal lot. So it runs from 5 feet at the top at Woburn Street down to 3 feet at the bottom. But again, we think that makes for a much improved right-of-way for the access point to the municipal lot. We're showing that as a potential pedestrian path. The idea is that we are willing to talk about donating an easement to the town for that area, whether it be vehicular, pedestrian. We would really leave that to the town to decide what the best option would be. And then really beyond that point, we have reconfigured the basement utility rooms because of the elevator, which allows us to actually have a larger trash and recycling room to accommodate both the commercial use upstairs and the residential spaces. But with that, if I could turn over to Giovanni Federa, our project engineer.
Thank you, Josh. Giovanni Federa with Federa Engineering. I will share the screen. So like Josh said, we did change the building footprint and it shifted 2 feet. Oh, let's see, sorry about that. Shifted 2 feet to the left side to, make a wider turning radius for, large delivery trucks to be entering into the right of way. That's one of the major changes, definitely an improvement. Added a grease interceptor down here, which is really just for a restaurant use on the retail space. That's connected to the the sanitary sewer line. Really not much changes other than, the footprint and parking, the parking layout. We still are accommodating 9 spots. And They're 8.5 feet wide, 3 compact spots, which are 7.5 feet wide. Zoning requirements, I believe it's 8.5 feet wide minimum, which we do meet. The compact spaces at 7.5 feet is pretty standard, and the handicapped spot, which is a standard size for, handicapped. We did explore the option of restriping the municipal lot down here, which we were able to fit 1 additional parking spot. So instead of removing 3 spots from the municipal lot, we can, if the town is open to, look into this option of restriping the lot, we can get 1 additional spot just within this area here by, adding a drive right in as a 90-degree parking. Other than that, not really my major changes for engineering, but I'll leave it up to John Seeger, our architect. John, are you here?
Yep, I'm here. How you doing? Sorry about that. John Seeger, Seeger Architects. I was also trying to find another screen share, Julie. If do you have to give me that permission, or can I just hit screen share?
You should be able to do it.
Okay. Well, you don't know me with technology, do you?
It's at the bottom of your Zoom screen
Oh,
usually.
there it is. Yep.
Yeah.
So I think here we are. How'd I do? That works?
Yes.
All right. Well, Josh did get to cover most of the site changes, but in general, I'm just going to do a broad brush with the revisions that we made to the project, and then we can come back, answer more questions. But for the most part, we still maintain the 2 entrances, one for the retail and one for the public entrance for the residential units. And the lobby is essentially in the same place, but we did have to push the stair forward slightly. And as Josh mentioned, now we eliminated the accessible unit on the first floor and captured the entire space for retail, as well as the big full balcony. We did also have to shrink down, such as Giovanni was saying, the front. So we basically just have all the seating in the back now for the residents. I mean, for the retail, if it happens to be a restaurant as well. Yeah, and as far as the garage level, we really just really the core stays the same location. And Josh mentioned the elevator, I'm sorry, the trash room has gotten a little larger. We did also, we're showing brick around the perimeter now on our property line, and then the existing sidewalk is in front of that. And then as Josh mentioned, let's see if I can page. There we go. The second floor footprint, now we have 4 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom units. The stair and elevator is in the same location. And we still are maintaining the bay or balcony for the residential units. For at least every unit gets either a balcony or a bay window. And on the 3rd floor, we have 3, we pretty much left it the same, 3 2-bedrooms. And one thing on the roof, which I apologize, we do not have on this roof plan, but it's going to be the override for the elevator. Typically you need a 4-foot override. And we have over 12 foot to the roof. So there might be about a 2-foot pop-up on the roof, but we'll still have roof, an access hatch from the stairwell to the roof. Yeah, I brought that up because I didn't catch this when we're looking at the elevators. We do not need a penthouse. To access the roof, we're using a roof hatch. And this penthouse I'm showing, it really is only 2 feet high. It's not 8 feet. I'd be more than happy to modify that and submit that as an addendum to modification, but just want to make that clear. We don't have a 8-foot penthouse up on top of the roof. But as far as the changes, what we did with the front, we still have the 2 main entrances, one for the commercial and one for the residential facing Woburn. We did flip the bay around with the metal panels we moved it to the right, and then turn the bay windows over the entrance to the commercial space to the brick facade. We also dropped the awnings down below the cast stone banding around the perimeter, just so it exposes the banding. It was conflicting. The awning seemed to be fighting with the banding when we had it up top, so I think it's just cleaner that way. And then we also had to eliminate a window on this facade, because not because of the elevator, but because of the stair got pushed forward because of well, in a sense, because of the elevator, because now we have, we didn't have enough room in the lobby, so we ended up pushing the stair forward. And if I did have a window here, it would land at mid-landing. I mean, we have done that before, where basically it's a transom window. It'd have to be, tempered glass and everything, but it'd be right at the landing if we were to keep it. So that's one change we could be amenable to. And yeah, as far as the front elevation, we still have the same rhythm with the windows and the precast lintels and the continuous eave around the perimeter. And then on the east elevation going down the drive, we pretty much have the same vocabulary. We have instead of bay windows for the metal panels, we have balconies. This is the banding that we're wrapping around the building. And I think one thing nice too is that the banding on the first floor continues with a brick knee wall that will extend out to the balcony. So we're adding more continuity, I think, to the plan. We still have our storefront windows, and we also are introducing just a soldier coursing of brick, a banding at the third floor around the perimeter, and essentially lining up the balcony with the granite pilasters below, or I should say precast pilasters. So that's the side, and then to your lower right would be the back of the building. You can see the balcony extends the full distance across the back. I think that's, again, I have to reinforce, I think it's going to be a fun public space, even though you're just looking at a back parking lot. There's a lot of activity, and the interaction I thought would be a plus if it happens to be a restaurant. And then on the west elevation, we did eliminate the windows on the first floor where the accessible unit was. We still have the side entry or exit, as well as the windows for the second and third floors. Oh, just to note, I think it was Julie brought it up, the vents, as far as the adjacent building, they're basically bathroom vents, and they're below the first floor of their building. So we're above, they're not going to be impacting our building or vice versa. That was a comment from last meeting. But as far as the the existing
elevator,
we ended up showing the existing on the above photograph with the proposed building on the photograph below. Yeah, it's a little, the rendering's a little skewed, but I think as far as scale and materials and rhythm, I'm thinking that the juxtapositions, it works pretty well with the adjacent building. And then with the revised renderings, again, if we look at the upper left, we have the brick for the retail entrance, the brick basically bay, and then the metal panels for the balconies for residential. And what I like about that too is that we ended up, it almost bookends. If you look at the lower left rendering, we essentially have the green bay or the metal panels on the ends of the building, and it sort of bookends the corner. It gives a sort of an holds it together, I think, a little nicer than just randomly having the bays. And as far as street level, again, we're set back a couple feet, but as part of your design guidelines, we are following the edge of the street. And then as far as renderings in the back, again, you get to see the large deck patio in the back with the garage below. And then again, the bay window for, I'm sorry, the balconies for the living spaces. Yeah, well, there was one other question too, which we could bring back once we have a better idea, once we start selecting building materials. But any type of screening that we're gonna have for the garage, right now we're just showing the metal grates. I know it was brought up a couple times to do some type of artwork, which will be open to review once we get going with construction and decisions for final for materials. But that's one of them that we like to share with you as far as what opportunities we have for some type of art panels, whether it's a laser cutout metals or something playful along this drive path. And then, oh yeah, we did the shadow study. We did it for the summer, the winter solstice, which is the most extreme angle that you have for the shadows. And the upper left is probably the most extreme for the time of day for sunrise. This is, can you guys see my cursor anyway? This is Woburn Street, and the residential house across the way gets hit by some shadow in the corner. But that's, to tell you the truth, that's only because this is a flat model. That house is actually raised 3 or 4 feet above grade. We didn't have the technology to change the grades to all this. We just have the sun angle. So essentially, at the worst time of the most extreme shadow angles, none of the buildings are really affected across the street, including the church, the residents, as well as your offices, the administration, town offices. But I think, yeah, I think we've come a long way with the project. There's lots of, I think, positive changes. We were able to work with you guys. And I really think they can pass it off to Josh or just open it up for questions.
Thank
What
you,
say
John.
you, John?
I think with that, we could just thank you for your time, and if we can answer any questions that the board members might have.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board, comments? Nick?
Sure. Okay, let's look at the garage plan. I'm concerned that first spot you're showing has a column immediately in it, and I'm not sure that you can make the movement to back out, at least not easily. So I'm wondering if you've actually done any preliminary structural engineering to understand where that column really is, what size it is.
This guy right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be one of the main 24-inch beam. It's just preliminary structural, Nick. I wanted to at least get the first round. So these, you're correct. These are 2 columns, and even in the corner here is a column. But again, it's outside of it's at the end of the striping.
Yeah, that means you can't start any movement. I don't know. I don't know whether you need to do a movement analysis of that to see whether you can make that turn before, because there's a car parked across from you as well.
Right.
Right, there's a car parallel spot there across. So that just looks tough. I'm not sure how that works, whether if the columns could be more to the left potentially, or if you could clear span that. I don't know.
Well, you know something, it might not be a bad idea if we put a column inbound here, because this turn would be a lot easier than this turn. Yeah. Okay, I think,
So that's
yeah.
something to look at. On the front elevation, I'm not sure if it's just a scaling thing, but the canopies look low. I don't think they look like they're 8 feet high. So that's something to remember. The bottom of that canopy edge has to be 8 feet above the sidewalk. That guy, even if that guy's 6 feet tall, that means the canopy is a foot above him.
Yeah, you're correct. They're not 8 feet. I did not know that. Yeah, we dropped them to expose, you know, like I said, the precast, but I think,
Yeah, that's fine. You just might have to have a more shallow canopy.
yeah, unless of a slope.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And then you had some canopies in the back. I don't think there'd be a problem with running canopies across all 4 bays instead of just the window bays, if that was something. Certainly for a restaurant use, whether that canopy is shallow or whether it's something deeper that becomes some kind of weather element. Just so you might get more season out of it.
Yeah.
So the rear has some canopies over the 2 storefronts. Then there's 2 brick bays immediately to the left of those. Those could both have canopies as well. And whether those are actually canopies or some sort of weather protection device that's maybe deeper, you know, 10 feet deep or something, we may want to include that language in there just so that you could potentially explore it. They could have seating out there in slightly inclement weather.
And we're in the same place, right? We're in the back patio.
Yeah, on the back. Yeah, on the back.
These 2 bays.
All the way across, right.
No, I think it'll actually look better with them. It'll have a little more color, or and it's something that we would have to get approvals when we do the signage, or we can get approval for the. I'll just make a note of it now for a condition or
It's not signage if it doesn't have any language on it.
No, I was conflating the two. I was going to say at some point they're going to have to come back for signage for the front. But for the awnings, we just treat that separately.
I don't know, Julie, what do you think here? Are they allowed signage in the back of this building? It's open to a public lot.
They don't
One
want to
sign back there.
look into it really quick and maybe circle back.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the bank, right? The bank was allowed to have a sign in the back. Right, other end of the lot. I don't know, something we should figure out. Do you need emergency egress off that balcony? Does a restaurant use have its egress met by the 2 doors that are both inside?
We do.
In the same way.
We do. Being sprinkled, we're 75 feet. It's funny you brought that up too, because the balcony adds more distance now. So, but we still make the 75 foot.
Okay. And I guess the last thing was you brought up some potential artwork on the gratings. I don't know if I think there's a regulation about how open any portion of the garage has to be, the openness of it, some percentage. So if you do artwork there, it might have to be very perforated.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. For ventilation, we need to be able to meet the percentage of the building being open. Otherwise, we have to put in a mechanical vent in case of a fire. Only, you know.
Right.
So it would have to be highly perforated. You're right.
I think that's all I have right now.
Thanks, Nick. Other comments or questions?
I have a comment, a question actually about something that was brought up, and that's the the lack of windows where there is now the stairwell. And you mentioned something about a transom window. You could do something. It strikes me that that right-hand side of the building does look a little bit stark, and I'm wondering if you could describe, what you could do with windows, and what that would look like from the outside.
Well, you're right. We were back and forth with whether it would be worth putting in the window at the same head height as the rest of them. If we did that, then it would be actually at the stair landing. You know, when you go up half a flight and there's
Yeah.
a landing half, right? So that would be dead center, almost dead center of the window. But what I've seen and what we have done before is you have to have both tempered glass, and then you also have to have a protection railing. So if someone falls down the stairs, they can't go through the window. But on the outside, it would look totally the same. You wouldn't even notice. It would just really be how we treat it on the inside. So I think that since we were back and forth on it, I really would be open to putting that in a condition we put the window back in, because I think it'd be more consistent. Heather, across that second floor.
I personally think that would look a lot better. John,
Okay.
thanks.
All right, thanks. Other questions or comments?
I know you said that restriping will generate an extra space, but the opening for the garage is still 22 feet wide, plus the looks like I'll say a sidewalk next to it. So you're still taking out 3 potential spaces from that parking lot.
Giovanni, can you bring that, or can someone share that plan?
I do have this plan.
All right, I don't think we got that, right? I looked through my material. I don't think did you submit that, or is that something that you drafted up recently?
Restraint
Josh,
plan?
Yeah.
That's in there.
I'm going to stop sharing. If you
Plan
bring up
set.
yours.
I can share the screen right here. This is the plan right here. Mhm. So, I mean, by restriping it, we can add, add an additional spot rather than taking away 3. You can take away 2.
But there's nothing to stop the town from restriping it itself and adding an additional spot.
I did not explore that option, but sure.
So you still have a 22-foot opening, which is just a couple of feet shy of 24, which is 3 8-foot parking spaces.
If I could just quickly say, obviously what we looked at was simply how this could be accommodated based on the 22 feet that we would need. And certainly I know the town is engaging its own study to see how the parking lot might be restriped and more efficient. But Giovanni looked at it solely for this purpose and did find that he believes that we could yield 1 additional space and thus reduce the limited spaces from 3 to 2. We're sure there may be other ways that the lot might be more efficiently used. This is just the only thing that we looked at based on this concept.
I'm assuming that it required select board approval to eliminate those 3 spots so that you would have parking underneath.
Correct. Our interpretation is that we would need to go to the select board for permission to create this as our access point and to eliminate those spaces.
Has anybody broached the select board yet?
We have not yet. We obviously wanted to present this to the Cpdc to see if the concept of the mixed use of the site was something that you looked favorably upon. And if it was, we're going to then go to the select board to see what they were willing to do. Also, considering that we wanted to talk about an easement relative to the 15-foot right of way, we're hoping to kind of combine those 2 discussions at the same time. because that's also a select board issue.
Well, I was looking at the turning radius on the tractor trailer you had later on in the one of the presentations. Has the fire department signed off on this, that they can get a ladder truck back there?
The fire truck is displayed right here. Second. This is the fire truck. I'm not sure if they have signed off on this, but you know, we do show it right here that it you know, it can be made. And the more extreme vehicle is the delivery vehicle, which is the wheelbase 40. And so that really is a controlling factor. But, you know, we can meet it with wheelbase 40 turning radius as well.
And just to clarify, the existing right-of-way is 15 feet. We're actually not making that any worse. What we're proposing to do is actually try to grant additional area to make that a formalized access point that provides the area needed to get that access.
I just think that you're putting the cart before the horse, that we're doing a lot of work with no guarantee the select board will sign off on the loss of the parking spaces.
I completely understand it. For us, it becomes a question of, you know, where do we go first? And like any time sequencing approvals and permissions with the town, if this wasn't something that the CPDC looked on favorably, we wouldn't go through the effort of then meeting with the select board to talk about granting an easement and the municipal spaces. If it's at a point now that that would be something that the CPDC would want us to do, we're absolutely ready to do that.
Yeah, I'll say that I do think that we're probably at that point. I can't say that the CPDC looks favorably on this, but I do think that the plan hinges on those spaces. I'm not sure that I could support the level of development on this site with adding however many square feet of retail development, right? I know I know what you're thinking. We asked for that, but in addition to losing those, you know, 2/3 spaces, it's a lot for this space. And you know, I guess my thinking is that it also needs to work. This lot needs to work with a lot of other developments in town and not just this one. So I think that's a bigger issue and one that I would certainly want the select board to weigh in on. And I'll just leave it at that. So. Because well, I won't leave it at that, right? This essentially, right? All these spaces, right? The spaces that you provide are all used up by the residential units. So we're not only decreasing the parking spots in the lot, we're adding demand from the retail space, and to me that's a concern. So if you are able to accommodate some of the, even like the employees of the retail space or restaurant space or whatever it is on this lot, then at least you get them out of the way, and you're just talking about the customers. It's just a lot to add here. So.
Can I ask another parking related question? It's about the parking garage. There are 3 compact spots. What if none to fewer than 3 of the tenants have compact cars? What happens then? Like, what if all the cars that need to park there are too big for the spaces?
I mean, I'd like to add that the clearance the vertical clearance is 7.5 feet, I believe, in this garage. So, you know, any truck that exceeds that clearance, you know, might be a concern, but obviously, you know, we're gonna have smaller cars. But I'm not sure if anyone else can add anything.
Basically, you're saying, right, self-selection, right?
Yeah.
If you want a spot here, if you want a parking spot and you live here, you need to make sure you have a small car, because not only are there a lot of compact spaces, it's also short enough so that you couldn't have anything extremely tall, right? There's no big trucks, no big pickups coming in here with a roof rack. You're done, right? At 7.5.
And if I could add, to some extent, through management and selection of tenants, and they can make it a requirement relative to the types of vehicles allowed at the property, to at least manage what is used within the parking garage. And then therefore management can do tenant selection that ensures it doesn't, you know, overburden the parking lot.
So for Heather and others' information, Linda, so 30, right, would be 33% compact spaces. That's on the upper end of what we have allowed in other developments in town, anywhere from, you know, none to 233, but more around the, you know, max of 30%. So that's not a big difference, right? But when you're only talking about 9 spaces, you know, you get 33.
Yeah.
The question I would have is, why can't you do this building with the underlying business B and no residential? Nothing changes, right? This could be exactly the same building with office suites upstairs under the existing business B zoning.
Actually, you're absolutely correct. I mean, we could do, under the underlying zoning, we could do 85% lot coverage, 0 parking, and the same height requirement. So the underlying zoning would allow actually a greater intensity of use. In fact, what was allowed in 2007, that demand of use was 2 levels of office and first floor and basement of restaurant. And that resulted in somewhere closer to 30 parking spaces if you met the strict zoning requirements. But of course, because it abuts the municipal lot, they didn't have to provide any, and they were only required to provide 4 as part of that approval. So the underlying zoning allows for much greater intensity of use. It's that we're using the residential, but we are capturing the residential entirely on site. So when you compare what this could be built as versus what we're proposing, you know, we're looking at 2,500 square feet approximately of retail space, versus what would have been closer to 10,000 to 11,000 square feet of retail space with potentially no parking on site. It's a huge difference. And actually, I think this is a much less intensive use of parking because we are providing 9 spaces on site.
Yeah, I will say, right, the development that was, the building that was proposed and approved in the past for this site, right, was approved in a very different Reading, a very different context. So yeah, I can't see that building being approved with the sort of different demands that we have in Reading now. So.
Well, it was only a site plan approval as well. So it was a,
yeah.
I mean, because the underlying zoning, there's a lot of as of right use here.
Right, understood.
And I don't know, is Giovanni on?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, and Giuseppe. Is Giuseppe the owner? I just didn't mean to speak for him, but I think also another factor is residential use is more attractive to be able to fill as opposed to office space now. There's a little uncertainty with office space at this time. So I think that was one of his intents too, was to be able to, you know, fill the units.
Other comments or thoughts from the board? No?
Well, so I guess where I was trying to go with that, building to the underlying zoning versus the 40 hours, that we're really not getting any of the benefits of the 40 hour. It's a nice building. It's a nice looking building, right? So we got the benefits of the design guidelines, but we're not getting any affordable units. Are we?
Well, if I could respectfully disagree, just the 40R concept, the whole idea of it is to create a livable downtown space within Reading to make it pedestrian friendly, to have those living within the downtown to then self-support the businesses within the downtown. The whole concept of 40R to create, alternative housing arrangements, to take advantage of commuter rail. So I actually think this fits very squarely within the objective of 40R. And I think if we look at the potential of doing this as offices versus having a potential restaurant in the first floor of this location with outdoor space overlooking the municipal lot, it activates that municipal lot area suddenly, and it creates something even more livable, workable, pedestrian friendly. I actually think there's a really unique opportunity here with this project to both improve the right of way, to create more of a destination spot within the downtown. It kind of helps carry the retail up Woburn Street a little bit. And again, activates the municipal lot. I think it's actually an ideal type 40R project.
Yep, those are good points.
Yep. Any comments, any public comments or questions? I don't see any virtual hands
Sorry,
raised.
Carlo
but
had
I
his
see
hand up.
Carlo. Carlo, go ahead. You're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Sorry, thanks.
No worries.
I know you guys deal with this all the time, but from the last presentation to this presentation, I think it was tremendous on what they did. You guys did a great job on accommodating what the board requested and their concerns. Does it make a difference? I share your concern, John, about restaurant employees and impact. Would it make any difference to you? But I don't know if the owner would approve. Is splitting it, making it 2 retail uses? Does that make you feel one way different or the other? Or I understand the restaurant use concept with that balcony, but if we split it into 2 units, is that less of an impact to you? To me, it's less of an impact, but I don't know how the board feels, or even the property owner feels about creating 2 units. I know that's more plumbing and more utilities, but I don't know if that's doable, but it's a big enough spot to cut it in 2.
Well, I don't know that anything we do precludes them from splitting that up into 2 retail uses. They're allowed X square feet. It's the same mathematical impact. But
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to force them to split it in 2 because it's a very attractive space as one. That's 2,000 square feet or whatever it was, at 2,500. It's a perfect little food place.
Yeah, sometimes, right, it's hard to for any of us to know the intensity of a retail space, what that would end up being, right? It could be I'm gonna write a Hallmark card shop, right? Which probably, might get a lot of business, but it's not ever bustling, right? Or maybe it is at, Valentine's Day, but, or it could be a pretty intensive restaurant use with, a lot of parking demand, a lot of activity. So it's hard to, it is really hard to know. I'm not sure if breaking it up one way or another, to some degree, if you broke it up, that chances are the whole space wouldn't be fully active at the same time, right? So that might break up that demand depending on what those tenants are. So it's hard to know, right? And we won't know until someone's in there.
No, right. And the only reason, thank you. The only reason I bring it up is because I kind of heard you in a roundabout way concerned about that area. And, you know, Josh made a good point. This building is designed, and the functionality of it is exactly what we're allowing. So, but yeah, it is, of course we don't know. We you know, I'm excited that we're getting a soup shop across the street from me. And I thought that block would be dead for years. So that's, you know, once you get one tenant, that empowers other people to come, right?
Yeah.
So with this building, if it's proposed as a restaurant, and in 2 years from now it's up, and the restaurant industry is floundering, then you just built out a restaurant space. So it's right. It's hard to know. It's a gamble.
Yeah.
But it's not a plaza, right? You know, it's not going to be multiple tenants, but it maybe splitting in two is good or bad. I really don't know. I mean, I'm just as a select board member, I'm just want to get as many spots filled in this town as possible. And like Josh said, to create more pedestrian traffic, right? Hopefully Professor's Market's busier. Hopefully the dry cleaners are busier. Hopefully the restaurants are busier. And that's what this whole goal is. And I know you're going over, I wasn't able to make the open house you guys have, but it was, you know, for the vision. But I know you're going over bylaws for smart growth, and that will change things a bit. But it's hard to know. You're right. It's very hard to know. But if you're concerned about impact, I think a 2,500 square restaurant with potentially 10 to 12 employees at a time is very impactful.
Agreed. Other questions or comments? Nope. Okay. So, you know, I think, you know, as Carlo and some others said, right, you guys did make a lot of progress between the last meeting and this one. I don't hear, you know, certainly, right, we heard a couple of suggestions about like the windows in the front and some suggestions from Nick, but I think the biggest issue here, and correct me, someone may have heard this a little bit different, but is working out those parking issues and engaging the board of select, the select board, to see how they feel about, you know, the possible reconfiguration of that lot and the use of that space as access. I don't know whether there's anything that, I mean, Carlo, right? Carlo's here. You're the liaison. I'm not sure, right, if they go to you, whether you're going to need other feedback from us, or if what you've heard here is, you know, is good, so that you can carry sort of the feeling of the board from this board to your board.
No, thank you. You know, I think, you know, 1 of 5, and we have a new member that will be sworn in. So I want to see what my fellow board members have to say. Obviously, taking away 2 to 3 spots, you know, if what Giovanni did is correct, and instead of 3, it's 2 spots. You know, it's more presentable that way. But yeah, it's hard to say. We're dealing with, as Julie knows, a downtown parking issue all the time.
Right. And I'm sorry, I should have been a little bit more clear. So in the past, right, so board to board communication is sometimes a little bit difficult. I know that in the past, CPDC used to write sort of like, Nick, what would we call it, like an opinion letter or something, some sort of recommendation specifically to ZBA, so that we could get, you know, sort of when ZBA was hearing things that we were also involved in, they would understand what we as a board we're thinking, you know, and I guess since this application is a little bit different in terms of, right, it's not what you as road commissioners typically do. I mean, sometimes, right, there are the two boards intersect, but it's a little bit more straightforward, right? It's, you know, should there be a parking space out front or not? You know, or this one I think might be a little bit more involved for you. So I don't know, you know, if you want some guidance or opinion from us, we could do that. Or you can just, you know, right. I think our newest, I saw him here somewhere, right? Our newest elected board member, he was here. So he's fallen off the screen, or maybe, yeah, Chris Haley's here, right? So maybe, right, maybe this is good enough, and you guys hear what we're saying or what our concerns are, both positive and negative. So
yeah, the only, thank you. The only, I shouldn't say the only, you know, it to me, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like that if the board gave the green light on the parking, are you going to look at it at a different, with a different set of eyes, or are you going to look at it the same way?
personally, right, I think if the board gives it the okay on parking, I think that we'll need to work on, I'm going to call them finishing touches. But if, you know, if the board's not okay with that parking, then I think that presents a different, you know, right. I think that the applicant will have to sort of rethink what they want to do.
No, I agree. You know, you guys do a lot of good work, and I think this is a good project, but right, we all have to be on the same page.
And so please, other board members, please chime in if you think that we're in a different spot with regard to this issue and where we are. I mean, I didn't hear any other major issues here.
No, that's basically the sticking point.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, it's a nice looking building. I think when I said something about the window, I neglected to say, nice job on everything you've done. But the real question is, you know, can we lose those spots? Is the select board okay with losing those spots? And if not, then if not, then the project's too big for the site. And I think that's where the select board really needs to weigh in.
No, it's helpful. Thank you.
All right. So I think that covers it. Josh, do you or
Thank you. No, I think we've heard everything you've said tonight, and
okay.
We do recognize that really the municipal spaces is a threshold issue to you taking this to the next level in your review. So from our perspective, we'd request a continuance so that we can reach out to the select board and have an opportunity to discuss with them.
Okay.
Julie, do you know when the next select board meeting is? I do know that town meeting's coming up, and that's going to kill a couple of those meetings.
Yeah, so I did have a preliminary conversation with the town manager about when this might be able to be discussed by the select board. We don't have a formal request from the applicant yet, so obviously that's still pending, but and Bob doesn't like have total control over select board agendas or maybe even any control. I don't really know. But he did say there might be some like availability on an agenda in maybe the second meeting in May or in early June. And now that was a few days ago, so lots of caveats that's subject to change. But that's the time frame that I have as of a few days ago.
I have one more question, actually, sorry. So in order to access that garage, aside from taking the spaces, does the town need to grant you an easement to access the property? And if so, does that have to go through town meeting?
You're on mute, Josh.
Promised I'd never do that. I don't see that it has to be the level of a formal easement. As I look at it, it is a municipal parking lot in which the public has a right of access to use the municipal lot. For us, it would be more, I think, a license or some other approval, formal vote from the select board, more on a parking basis than it is really on a property rights basis.
Okay.
But wouldn't you want something to make sure that the town didn't somehow revoke that access?
Certainly we would. Yeah, certainly we would look for a vote from the select board approving the ability to create our access points through this area. An easement would take it to a level of town meeting, and we don't believe that it really has to get to that point. And we would expect we'd always have notice if there was ever any pending motion to try to remove that permission. Just good citizenship.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Nick? I think.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the process and how long it would take
Yeah.
to get that if it had to go through town meeting.
Yeah. So I think, would it make sense? I don't know what our calendar looks like, but would it make sense to continue this to our June meeting, or at least get it on that agenda and see if you'd be ready, and if not, we could push it off from there. I think that's what I heard Julie say might be appropriate. I mean, not directly, but.
I guess we would respectfully ask for the next available in May, and then have an opportunity to maybe continue if we haven't had a chance to get before the selectmen. Just part of the reason is that we're under contract to purchase the lot subject to the approval. So we also have to work out with the seller to get certain extensions to allow us to keep moving forward.
So the CPDC has a meeting on May 10th, but I don't think that's going to be, I think it's going to be too soon.
Okay.
We do have another meeting scheduled for the 24th, which might be more feasible. But I was told by the town manager maybe mid to late May or early June for a meeting with the select board. So we could tentatively schedule this on May 24th and then kind of see how that conversation goes and continue it if needed.
Let's do that. So, and so you said May 24th, and do we need to pick a time?
Looks like you could do 7:30.
All right.
That the CPDC continue the public hearing for 18 Woburn Street to May 24th at 7:30.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call vote. John, yes. Heather,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Pam.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
time
you.
tonight.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, guys,
Bye.
Thank you.
appreciate it.
All right. I always lose the agenda.
Johnson Woods.
Actually, next on our agenda is continued public hearing for site plan review of 0 Auburn Street water tank. So, we start with Ryan.
I'm always happy to start.
All right. All right. So I guess, right, you made some changes since the last time we met. Maybe, I don't know if you had a little bit more information about soils, but, you know, I saw, right, the site plan, right, there are some changes related to fencing and some of the other issues that were still open. So if you can sort of go over any changes that you made, or I think, or any open topics that you
Sure.
have up. So
Yeah, I can give the highlights of what has transpired since the last meeting. We did meet with the PBC last week, so we had some information that was shared with the PBC that they actually got a little ahead of you. So for those that went to that meeting, they got to see some of that information. The biggest thing that we have accomplished since our last meeting was we expedited soil samples in that area to the easterly side of the property. The plan that you do have do not reflect the sample values. However, I can tell you that the values came in anywhere between 50 to, I think, 850. So it fell within the range of where we knew we were going to be. So we do have to remediate that area. There's a small, very small section to the far easterly side of the property that really doesn't need any mitigation, but for the sake of keeping a completely clean site, we're just going to do the entirety of what we showed on that plan. And Mike, if you're on the call, if you could just share the site plans, that'd be great. Why I'm just giving the highlights, and then we can start from there. We've committed to moving that fence line in, and that's the sample plan that we have there. As you can see, we sort of had an outlier at the top there at 820, but still below the limit of really what we felt would trigger us to move outside of site. So instead of just stopping at those values that sort of stop off at 200, we're just going to completely go to as far as we can to Beacon Street and just basically close out the site. And so Mike is doing a great job here of showing the actual hashed area, which we've now committed to the full remediation. I will, this will be a great spot to actually talk about the fact that the trees will have to be cut down in that area for remediation. I think at the end of the day, this will lead itself to a better open canvas for planting and for use of that easterly side of that property. We had maybe about 5, maybe 6 trees that if cut down and we picked the ones that had enough spacing, possibly could have been saved. But with this remediation that does have to happen here, if we are to move forward with the use of that space, the trees would have to come down for that remediation. The other big piece is the fence, which you can't, I think Mike's going to go down to the next plan, which will show it. The fence line has moved in. There you go.
Oops, sorry. No,
That's
the
okay.
existing fence
Well, we
line.
won't hold it
Here's-
against you, Mike. Don't
here's
worry.
the new fence line.
And so I would say that's the general area. It could shift slightly in the field, but that we're hoping that's the area that we can at least move it to. I do show 3 sites, potential sites for a tower, and I don't want to take away from any comments that the public will have, but with the concern of maybe one of the locations where Mike has sat on, that's just a potential location that has popped up for use if we do clear that area. After having conversations and just looking at this, we are really going to strongly strive to put it in that back left corner. That these sites have not been taken off the plan yet because nothing's been finalized. I know I did say at a previous meeting that one of the priorities for the town would be to move it as far away from the tank as possible for construction purposes. But then looking at the plan, that's far left corner really might aid a little bit easier for conduit purposes too. So we're really going to strive on trying to stick it in that far left corner. But at this point, I cannot eliminate all the spaces off of this plan since the RFP hasn't been finalized and gone out. But that's where we'll be focusing on to try to make that work with our engineers. The other big change, and I'm not sure if it made it on the plan the last time we were in front of you, but we now show that driveway that's coming into the new tank. We show the elimination of the old driveway. We are keeping the bit concrete apron for access purposes for cutting or whatever we need to do. It's already there. We might as well keep it. We are removing the impervious area from that side, and we're just going to swap it over and put it to the left side there. There's already a gate, an existing gate on that side. So the access is already there. We're creating a more formalized access, and that will line up with the garage door that goes inside of the pedestal. A few of the other things that may, Mike, I don't know what you're showing on the plan there, but a couple of the other things that did come up, and I can let Mike elaborate on these. We did look at placing forms inside of the foundation, the pedestal, for reasons of cost benefit. It would be several $100,000 for that to happen, to create a textured base. So the town would not be interested in going forward with that, as it's a massive expense to the project. We also did look at the web stiffeners and possibly seeing if those could go through the same glass fuse process. They don't typically do that. I don't think they're tooled to do that, but the other option would be to paint those web stiffeners, and at that point the town would really not like to see painting those web stiffeners, as they do create more of a maintenance issue for the town. And again, we do really worry about having the carriers go back on the tank and then having them to be relocated if we have to repaint those web stiffeners, because nothing else on the tank would have to be repainted. And so we look to keep those at their galvanized coloring. And I know that was something that came up from the commission. And then the Mike, I'm sure I'm missing something, so at any point you can
I actually think
step over me.
I think you've hit on the things that I had noted.
I think one of the things that might be missing off this plan, and I can't tell because you might have to shift it down, but we are looking at the ability to create a reinforced turf around the pedestal. So it wouldn't look any different than grass. It'd just be a reinforced turf product that would provide more stable structure for if they needed to put a man lift or something out there for inspections. We wouldn't be sinking into the grass. So that'd be more of not a patio block per se, but more of that actual reinforced geogrid.
Yeah, that hasn't made it onto the plans yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
Options,
yeah, we haven't finalized on that, and Mike and I have been talking about it. So just be worth.
Yeah, it would be in this area around the pedestal, and like Ryan said, I think try to just make it as inconspicuous as possible, or not really something that you'd notice just from looking at the site.
Yeah, I will mention we've used this in the past. That some projects that you are familiar with, one in particular, Charles Street Sewer Pump Station, you can't really tell it's there. It's just used to create an area that our trucks won't sink into if we ever have to go in there. So without having to put an impervious surface down. So the one thing that we're possibly looking at doing. And so I think those are the highlights. The biggest highlight for me was that easterly siding and being able to expedite those samples for the sake of having the conversation tonight and moving forward and knowing what we really need to do with mitigation in that area. So that was very helpful for us to finish those samples. I also do want to bring up, and I know that some of the neighbors already know this, some of the tree clearing has started on those hazardous trees that we mentioned. And so just the ones that are hazardous and the ones that are rotted have been taken down. That was going to cause either property damage or personal injury. So I think.
I actually point out just in the draft notice that I was sent, there was a line in general condition number 2 about the fence on the southern side of the site to be relocated, and that hasn't, we are proposing just to keep that fence line in the same existing spot. I thought we had always only talked about moving the eastern fence line to the west or closer to the tank. So right now we're showing the existing fence line everywhere except for this eastern side of the site is staying in the same spot. Except, I guess, obviously, I don't know if you were talking about this general area in the southern area right in here, but I guess this area here would be eliminated, but the general location of the fence line would stay on the southern side of the site.
Right, Mike, when I read that, I took it to mean the portion of the fence on the
Right
easterly
here.
side. Yeah, that's how
Okay.
I took it. If that's different than what was expressed in the draft decision, then
I can clarify. I actually was talking about the fence along Auburn Street because I thought in one of our meetings you had discussed that the location of it might move, but I must have misunderstood.
yeah, I think we have plenty of space from that fence to the curb line for planting purposes if we need to replant things.
I think if anything, temporarily the fence may be moved closer to Auburn Street just for construction needs, but I think actually it would need to be temporarily moved for the this staging area that we're talking about, that the contractor would require, but that would only be a temporary relocation or movement, that the fence line would then go back to the same location.
You're right, Mike. I think that's maybe where we had talked about that is that fence line to some extent will have to be removed and relocated for the purposes of construction. To what extent, I don't know. But there is going to be the use of a crane on this site, and it may have to occur on Auburn Street or possibly on site. So without knowing what size crane, we don't know that answer yet. So there may be a potential for a removal of that fence in the front for construction access. Now the site will be closed off for construction safety, but there may be a need to actually have a space in there for construction purposes.
And I guess just to clarify on the web stiffeners is the two options are their only option. The two options are galvanized and the epoxy coating, and as Ryan stated, epoxy coating would require some maintenance.
Yeah, and so the whole basis around this tank is to have as little maintenance as possible that we can possibly have, and have to be back in the situation of a relocation of any carrier equipment to a mass extent that we have at this point. And I actually I might as well take this opportunity to explain for those who had not been at the select board meeting. There was a vote to allow the town to send to town meeting an article to allow us to request an RFP for carriers or any interested parties to design, construct, and install a temporary monopole style tower for the temporary relocation of up to 2 carriers and the town's equipment. And so that's why you see these 3 spots. I can almost guarantee that middle spot really won't be an ideal position, as we don't know what the spread of the carrier's equipment is going to be, and that's sort of why we haven't eliminated positions yet. But I think we may be able to confidently put it into that back left corner. I think this is a good time if anyone has any questions.
Great. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to sort of ask you to explain where we stood with the cell, the temporary cell tower. So thanks for filling that in for people that weren't aware of the changes since you last came here. I know you've been sort of living this over.
Yeah, I take for granted that
different
it's just,
boards,
it
different
seems
meetings,
like,
right?
yeah.
So, and this board, had not, maybe not caught up with that. So, but I guess I'll open it up for questions from the board first.
My first question is, what is the reason for the new driveway not going up to the 10-foot overhead door? Shouldn't those be aligned?
They will be aligned in the end. We were so focused on the soil sampling that moving the door now would move this room and then end up moving this piping. So we just hadn't had a chance to fully vet all that and make sure it was shown correctly. So wanted to show the driveway in its correct location, but that these other things, this would be underground. So we just hadn't quite talked that through with Ryan to make sure, and the water department to make sure they were on board with, relocation of some of the piping. It would, affect some of the trees. So, again, just hadn't had a chance to vet everything out. But you're correct. This overhead door should be moved into this general area, and then this likely what'll happen is this piping in this room inside the pedestal just gets moved over slightly.
And then there's a matter of the overflow discharge pipe that we have to also look at too. So the location of the driveway is 100% supposed to be aligned with the overhead door, and we just have not had a chance to make that change on the plan yet.
Okay. Number two, I was driving through Salisbury and I noticed they had a very similar tank. But the radio antennas are actually connected to the base instead of the tank itself. I assume it's probably a taller tank and that's why they're able to get away with that, as opposed to attaching them to the tank.
I would say, without knowing the site, it'd be pure speculation as to why they're there, but my guess would be that they're only there because the town didn't allow them any higher, or that's the height that actually worked for them. I can tell you in this site here that would reflect in a loss of coverage if they were
Okay.
lower.
And the temporary tower, I want to say the select board approved 145 feet. Is that correct?
So the vote, correct, what was presented by one of the interested carriers, which is not, again, it has to go to RFP, was 140-foot ballasted monopole. So in the vote, the height was not, they didn't restrict the height in the vote. However, that's the intent, that it'd be somewhere around that height. Knowing that if it does get out above that height, then it's going to be more of a fixed foundation probably.
Do you foresee the ability of it going lower?
I don't know, to be honest. And for the mere purposes of it would be a minimum of 2 carriers plus the town's equipment, and in order for that to work, I believe from what my understanding is about 140 foot would be the minimum height for that to work.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board?
I think this looks good. It's come a long way since we first saw it. So I commend Ryan and Mike on their work.
Yeah, thank you. Ryan, did I hear you say correctly the form liners in doing something with the concrete, that was like an extra, how much did you say?
A few $100,000.
Okay.
It's just not something they do often.
Yeah.
They could do it, certainly. I mean, they've done on other projects, just a one-off, and really it reflects it's labor intensive. So That's the range that we received, is a few $100,000. So it's costly when you're looking at the project.
Yep.
In my opinion, this is just my opinion. I think with such a massive, like a mass that's sitting there, having a texture may also draw your eye to it, as opposed to something that's more simple that maybe your eye won't focus on it. But that's just my opinion.
All right, other questions or comments from the board at this point? No? All right, I'll open it up to the public. I see, if you can raise your hand, I'm gonna say electronically, or if you can, if not, you can do it actually, right, physically too. But I see first hand up was Jackie McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission members. Jackie McCarthy, this is Mark Delaney. We live at 26 Beacon Street. And as you mentioned and Ryan mentioned, we've had a lot of meetings on this thus far. And so we wanted to provide a little bit of context about the temporary tower location as it's evolved over the past few months. As you'll notice in the map up now, and actually I sent a map to Julie Mercier that's pretty similar to this, and thank you, Julie and planning staff, for agreeing to put that up on the screen. But our first page is actually the same page as what's shown right now. And as you saw back in, I think, late January or early February at your meeting, initially the public safety antenna temporary tower was proposed for that southwest corner on the Auburn Street side, and we didn't hear any objections to that. Also, as you noted, as Ryan noted, last month, the select board heard from the carriers. They agreed to build a single ballast pole, both for their equipment and for public safety equipment in one of these squares, again, at the kind of the west-southwest side of the site. Fast forward to last week at the Permanent Building Committee, we did hear from staff that they were considering a location near the Beacon Street side and frankly 30 feet from our door, and we're not surprisingly very concerned with that and have real problems with that. We appreciate Ryan's comment earlier that every effort will be made to avoid that location. And one thing we wanted to raise here is that if you're looking for a neutral location in which to site this temporary tower on this parcel, I think the town staff's own proposals provide a good key. And if you could scroll please to the page 2 of our map. This map shows the previous proposal for a permanent cell tower. This was given to the select board back in October of last year. And you'll notice that they can't hear me, they can't see me.
We can't hear.
You'll notice that the triangle near the center of the site shows the proposed location of, at that point, what was suggested for a permanent cell tower. Now, even though we're not talking permanent cell towers anymore at this site, we feel that that site, that neutral location where that triangle is, where the cursor is being shown right now, is a great alternative if for some reason the temporary tower cannot no longer be located at the Auburn Street side. So we urge this commission to adopt a decision that requires a neutral location for that temporary tower. And then I'll turn it over to Mark.
Thank you. Good evening, commission members. I would also point out, just picking up off where my wife left off, that proximity to our house would violate the zoning bylaws that deal with personal wireless service facilities. So, we're very concerned about it. We're raising it. Having said that, I have to commend Ryan. Ryan has spent a lot of time up in our neighborhood, has met with a lot of the residents, talked through a lot of these issues, and has done a fantastic job. So, give credit where it's due. This is a concern to us. I'm going to move on to the next issue, which is on page 3, community use. Love to hear what Ryan has said as far as, it's a draft decision, my wife just pointed out. it's under community use in number 2. Glad to see that they're cleaning up the entire site. That's fantastic. The plan. I would just point out that the way the community use is written is not as specific as what Ryan laid out. So we would look for more specifics in the plan, the fence being moved, soil being cleaned up. We appreciate that the fence isn't going to move until after the project is complete, but we'd like to see in that section, it's number 3, that language be more precise, that the fence is going to be moved to that location. And, we get to the point as far as a potential park up there, that has to come after the fact, but we'd like to see the space delineated. We're glad to see that the cleanup is going to occur. And we're particularly pleased with the effort that Ryan and Weston and Sampson has taken on that. I'd like to move, if we could pull up that first map my wife made reference to. There's another issue here I spoke with Ryan about 2 weeks ago. It's with respect to the relocation of the utilities on this site would make such a big difference. And I know Ryan said it's something we can talk about later, but I think we really should talk about this now. So if you look at where in the bottom left corner, there's a small building where public safety keeps its equipment, right? I talked to Ryan that you're going to take up space in the bottom level of the new structure to put equipment for the town to use do maintenance and sampling on the site. It only takes up 1/3 of the entire space at that level. Right? Wouldn't it make sense to create a room also in that structure where you could locate public safety's equipment? During inclement weather, if they ever have to get at that equipment, it would make for a much more accessible location, number 1. Number 2, we have the space in this new structure. And let me explain why that's important. Because if we could do that, and Ryan thought it was a good idea, but it's something that needed to be worked through. When you look at the cell building, that other square there, that equipment, I asked if that also, the cellular carriers equipment could be moved into the building. Ryan didn't think that was a good idea because it's town property, and moving, private entities equipment into your property is probably not a great idea, even though it would be on site. But we could move that equipment to where the public safety equipment is in that building. There's a telephone pole right outside the fence there that feeds power to that building. And here's the big point. If you look at the right-hand side of the cellular carriers building where their equipment is, and you run a line from that spot to the corner of Auburn and Beacon Street, there's 2 telephone poles and wires running diagonally from that building to the corner of Auburn and Beacon Street. So you got these wires, you got these telephone poles right in the middle of this new open space that has been created, for the community's use. So it just appears to be a great opportunity to really, make this a very efficient and improve this site by just relocating these utilities, which will have to, be shut down because the antenna is going to have to come off the tank. The other point I would make with this, and I don't have any time frames, but that water tank is not likely coming down until at least a year from now. So there is sufficient time to do the planning that would be involved in relocating these utilities. And because it's the Reading Municipal Light Department supplying power to this site, I don't know if I've confused anybody because I'm talking fast. I don't want to take up too much time, but it's not like it's going to cost us any money, right? Because the public safety can be put in the building, the carriers can be relocated there. It would just make for a huge improvement on the site. So I try to do that as fast as I could. That's all I have to say. I appreciate you listening. And again, I appreciate the efforts that's been taken by town staff on that. But I really hope we can talk about these utilities and taking a little bit more time to incorporate that into this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna have other people offer comment, and then maybe we can get some some dialogue with Ryan about some of those topics. All right. The next hand up I see is Carolyn Whiting.
Hi, Carolyn Whiting, 17 Chestnut Road. And once again, I'm concerned about the trees. I was disappointed to hear that all the trees over on the, whichever side that is, I guess it's the east side, are planned to come down. And I would like to know what's going to be done to mitigate the potential runoff from losing all those trees and the trees on the other side too.
All right, we'll have Ryan also address that. Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? I don't see anyone else's hands raised at the moment. All right, I guess that list is fairly short. What there are some comments brought up about the site plan, about the decision. Let's put those off to the end, because I think there's probably some other comments or issues to work through on the language there. I guess let's start at the end with the runoff. I do recall in our last meeting there were some of the neighbors were concerned about stormwater coming from the site already. I don't know if that's something that you all that you got to dig into at all. And if not, also I guess what would we do about the if this is just soil, right? I guess, and loam and seed. Is there other things that we should be doing to keep the runoff in stormwater on site?
So we did look into that. I believe that it's the runoff is not coming from this site as more as it's coming from the road itself. There's such a steep slope on that road. It probably could be more of road runoff, and there is no curbing on that road and limited catch basins. And there's also a lot of parking on the side of the road, which creates sort of those areas where runoff can wash out. In particular to the property that receives flooding, there's also a garage under, and there's a potential for that water to run down into that area. Without knowing where that flooding does occur, that's looked like the obvious place where that did occur. Surface runoff that attributes to that area, there is a portion that attributes from our site, but there's also neighboring properties that attribute to that as well, just to the north of the site. So it's not, I don't believe it's coming from that site that's heavily vegetated right now. There's no signs of erosion and runoff that's creating such a violent outwash. What does look to be apparent to me is that that road does have an incline with no gutters or curbing and little sort of drainage infrastructure on there to slow down anything. And with a heavy rainstorm, that's certainly probably a factor. So I'm hesitant to say that it's actually from this site, but I'm also hesitant to say that there's no issue out there at all, because it looks like there may be, but I think they're unrelated.
And I'm sorry, is that Chestnut that you're talking about, or Beacon?
Beacon.
Okay.
Beacon. And to the point of trees, we've met with the tree warden. it's very difficult. The tree warden is when I was out there, it's a lot of, it's overcrowded out there. There's a lot of natural planting that has happened, which has resulted in either one-sided growth trees or saplings that just can't, take off to their full potential. And so to get a one-to-one replacement is impossible based on his planting standards. And so to the left-hand side of the property, we feel as though if you're looking for almost the same size trees that are there now, like oaks or maples or things like that, there's probably a spacement of 4 there, and maybe we start incorporating maybe green giants or things like that, depending on what we have for room. And then to the easterly side, that's really all going to be dependent on what we have for room. But again, if we're going by what would have remained in place if we were to thin that out, it would be somewhere around 6, and just in that little area. So there may be potential to actually add more than that on Auburn Street side and on an easterly side. But to sort of show what we're going to do over there when it's sort of, I guess, a blank canvas now, it's kind of hard to really kind of go even further than sort of what I just said, as far as maybe what the numbers might look like. There's always a potential to add more as we find more spacing, depending on what species are going in there and what the spread's going to be. I hope that answers the question, but the intent is to replant in that area 100%. But we're also at the point now where we're going to have to reevaluate that space in a further process from this point on. So I hope that answers that question.
And I would just add that as far as erosion control on the site, we've called for the straw wattles and other site protection during construction to be erected, so that to limit that any movement of soil and dust off the site.
And Mike, thanks for bringing that up. To that point, wattles and erosion controls, they're usually left in place until we have an established turf there. We know that we're not going to have any runoff. So to the northerly side of that site, where we potentially will have a little bit more runoff, those straw wattles can stay there until we have an established turf in place. So that will be the intent for those as well.
Okay, great. All right, let's talk about the utilities and those
Sure.
buildings.
Sure. To relocate utilities, even if it is RMLD, there is a cost associated with it.
Right.
And it's not cheap. That's not to say it's not a potential for the redevelopment of that easterly side. I think it falls more into that process. It does service a current carrier building that houses 2 carriers. It was brought up with RMLD, and so I do know that there's a cost to that, and then conduiting would have to be put in ground, and to know where that conduit goes prior to what that use may possibly be on that easterly side might be a little bit too premature. It could limit planting, it could limit placing of park benches or whatever is used out there. In respect to eliminating any of the outbuildings right now for radio equipment, it is true that we have been having conversations with the fire department and facilities as far as what that may look like. We will make sure when we move forward with this project, Mike and I were just talking about it today, that we'll take any effort into establishing any conduit that we need to do any of that work through the foundation of the pedestal. I'd like to see that equipment being moved if it can, but again, I don't see that happening under this project. But that's not to, and again, we're not also funded to do that type of work too. But it was a great a great suggestion, and one that we had been thinking about doing with at least our radio equipment. To Mark's point, I did say we would not be interested in having the carrier's equipment within inside the pedestal of our water tank. We really would love to have those facilities separated in an ideal world for security purposes, but also because that is a public entity's building, and we really don't want to be having private access into that all the time. And we also need to make sure we protect our water supply to the greatest extent that we can. So I don't want to go into too much more detail about that piece of it. I think that addresses the two. I've had conversations with Mark about this before, and so I'm not, I wasn't surprised at the suggestions or comments, and I don't necessarily think that they're off base to make those. We like to relocate things when we can. I think it just may be a little bit too premature on that piece for the carriers.
Sure. Right, there were comments about, I think that Jackie had made about the location of the potential locations of the
Mhm.
the monopole.
Yeah, and so the first plan that was shown, gosh, I don't really remember when that first plan was shown, but it was one of the first iterations when we proposed a permanent, maybe more permanent solution, or a temporary relocation. As you can actually, if you want to just stay on the plan that you're at, if everyone wants to remember where that, you can see we're getting really close. When we went through the iterations of the plans, it's been such a long process, and we've developed that laydown area. We're starting to get really close to that laydown area. And so without knowing exactly how much room we're going to need for construction, I can tell you it's going to be more than that laydown area, but I'd really hate to limit our space for use. And so I also don't want to hinder the construction of any lifting for a crane operator, if that is even going to get in the way of that footprint of the actual base of the tank portion. And so that's sort of why we may be eliminating that middle one on the left-hand side and be looking solely at that back corner at this point. If we were looking at a purely neutral ground and everything was open on the site now, which it is because we're remediating, we could look purely into the area that we're stripping to the easterly side of where those trees are coming down. Again, that sort of starts getting us into potential use of the site for constructability. And so those are sort of the things that we're taking into account. And again, we're also taking that same factor into account when we're looking at that back corner that's closer to the Beacon Street property too. So those, that actually, that has a lot of weight in that decision of where that potential location of that tower would go. We want to be able to maximize as much usable space during construction as we possibly can to help facilitate the project to go as fast as possible, if that makes sense. And since we're open on that easterly side now, because we're committing to a stripping and remediation, that leaves us for more room to operate in. And so we really wouldn't want to limit ourselves in that use for construction, if that makes any sense. And that also goes to that piece to the north, to that Beacon Street property.
Can I just chime in about the third spot on the southwestern side in front of the radio building on the basically right, yes, right there. That had been shown on one of our, I think our first submission to CPDC, but I believe on our first meeting we had talked about how that had already been eliminated because of some of the overhead utilities and its closeness to that radio building. So that's why it was removed from previous submittals and previous plans. It just really wasn't feasible, something that was going to warrant further consideration.
Thank you. Yep. Those were the notes that I had. I don't know if there's something that they didn't get discussed, or if there are other comments.
I have a question, and I suppose it's kind of conceptual. I'm thinking about that. That I'm seeing is a concrete pad for the foundation for the temporary tower that looks like it might move to the other side. In one of the earlier meetings, I know I had asked about whether those 25 by 25 foundations would be permanent or if they'd be torn up afterwards. And I guess my new question is, for the one that would potentially be going over on the easterly side, are you open to not having that be a 25 by 25 foot foundation permanently if the public process leads to using that park and using that part of the property in kind of a more natural like park that doesn't involve a 25 by 25 foot foundation?
Yeah, so that's a great question.
I'm sorry, Ryan, can we bring up the plan as it stands right now?
Yeah, because I want to make sure I'm not getting confused also. Thank you.
I don't know who's driving at the moment.
I think Ryan or Mike should bring that one up. If it's
Mike, do you mind bringing up the revised site plan as of today?
Can do. 1 second.
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just didn't want people to get confused by the
thanks.
the plans.
This the one you want?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And so that's a great question. And I wish I had a great answer to go with that great question, but I can tell you that so I have to be very careful here because we do have to put this out for RFP. And so when we put this out for RFP, we don't want to be so limiting in the fact that we solicit something that's either not constructible or not advantageous for someone to come in and design, build, and put in. And so the method at which the tower is placed necessarily will not be so specific as to the foundation. However, its permanence it won't be a permanent foundation, meaning that if they find that for whatever reason for loading purposes, that maybe a ballasted pole from what they might have potentially said would work, may not work. We're not limited in that capacity for them to put a fixed foundation. If that is the case, it will have to be removed.
Okay.
Okay, especially, and that goes to another point about the use in that far right hand corner. We wouldn't want anything exposed. I will tell you that the two presentations that were provided in the select board's packet and then subsequently presented by the two representatives from the two different carriers showed a ballasted style monopole at 140 feet. Now, because this is going out to RFP, I can't say for certain that that's what will be put up, or if those vendors or carriers will be the ones that win the RFP. I can tell you if it is based on a ballasted pole, I don't think we have what it looks like, but I can tell you it goes down on a gravel bed. On top of the gravel bed goes a very strong steel frame. On top of the steel frame goes these very heavy concrete precast blocks. They weigh tons. And then in the center of that, it's bolted, a monopole goes up. So your ballast is those heavy concrete blocks that sit on that substructure that sits on top of just a gravel pad, all removable. And then on top of that gravel, on top of those concrete pads, have a potential for the carrier's equipment to go on there temporarily. So like a control cabinet or things like that, depending on whether or not they want to use their current cell building that they have. If it's anything different than that, then you're talking about something that's anchored into the ground, but that still does not mean that that has to be permanent in any fashion. And so that'll be drafted into that RFP that we don't have a permanent foundation or structure that's above grade when the project's done.
So Ryan, just more curious, because I was just going to ask you that after Heather brought this up. Is that sort of more like a spread footing?
Yes.
And then just big blocks put on top of that spread footing?
Yeah, that's exactly, it's just the term itself, ballasted pole. It uses ballast to hold it down for any loading requirements that we ask for. And so that may be something when we actually start developing, and when we start developing these specifications on the loading requirements, and then really it's hard to know exactly what equipment will be actually put up on these poles, and these are all the things that have an influence on size of pole and actual foundation, regardless of whether it's a ballast or it's in-ground mount. So that's why I said to be restrictive, too restrictive may hurt the competitiveness of the RFP, if that makes any sense. But we have to be very specific in the sense that it's just in this envelope that they can fit per these wind loads, per this, per that. And then it could be anyone who bids on it that wins the bid, or based on the criteria that we set forth, without getting into.
And does the specification include that it will be removed later, or is that up to
Absolutely,
the town to
it can.
remove it later?
No,
Yeah.
it can absolutely be specified right there in the specifications as part of the RFP.
Right.
Absolutely.
Like on my mind is avoiding,
I don't see.
what we may have once thought as public art being a bunch of ballasts on the site that
Yeah,
everyone has
I don't.
forever.
I don't think that's what you'll see. I don't think you'll see a fixed foundation because it will potentially cost more money to do that versus. And I know this is completely different than what we had talked about before if the town was to get into this process, but the town doesn't own any of this outright, period. So we would have to rent ballast, right? And so that potentially over a long run could cost us almost the same as if we did the foundation. So I know we had that conversation before about cost versus, what really made sense. But in this case, it's completely out of the hands of the town. If the RFP is successful, the cost will be all borne by sort of a separate entity, not the town.
Thanks.
Hope it wasn't too confusing.
No, that clarified some things in my mind. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, other comments or questions? Carolyn, is your hand up still left over from previously?
No, I just put it back up because I'm thinking about the fact that that corner on the northwest side is very close to a house that has a young child. So I'm thinking that that would not be a good location for that reason.
I think whether there's, I would hope that it wouldn't matter whether it was an adult or a child, that there won't be any harm or any risk coming to anyone related to anything put on this site. So.
Well, unfortunately, the size of the skull of a young child makes a difference in how deeply the EMF radiation penetrates. So it does make a difference.
Okay,
Understanding what you're saying. All right.
but we might not have got to it yet.
So can we go and take a look at the decision, the draft decision? right? I think there were some issues there. I had provided some suggested edits to Julie earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, so I did incorporate some of your changes
Okay, all right.
here, John. So this isn't going to look the same as what we had posted on the website and what the CPDC members had seen like prior to right now. But, and I don't know where you, let me know where you want to start, John.
Sure. Let's start at the top. I guess I'll say that I had some concerns about the way that it was drafted before, right? We want to be as specific as possible, but still leaving some room in there for Ryan to be able to do the things that he needs to do in order to be successful, right? And get this project moving and also done quickly, right? And so, right, this is, I think some of these items, looking at the water tank aesthetics, I think some of these may have, you know, events have, this is based on right, information before this meeting. So, you know, right, what I'm suggesting here is, in this is that what, it's a little, this is right. This is also a little bit of an odd project for us because you know, we can't ask Ryan to make these decisions, right? It's not necessarily Ryan's choice. He needs to go to other entities to get the decisions made, like select board or town meeting for additional funding. And so I think in this decision, what we want to be asking on some of these items is for town staff to go and make those requests, and then whatever those boards decide, then that's what they decide. And I guess from a CPDC member, I'm fine with that. And so there's three things that I think from our past meetings that we had still sort of left up in the air. One was the use of form liners. The second was the water tank color, and then the third thing was the color of the bands. I don't know, right? Ryan provided some additional data on some information on the use of of form liners and the cost of those. I don't know if CPDC still wants to make that request that town staff ask the select board about that. The same thing about the watercolor, right? We've known, Ryan has always said that that's an additional cost. No one has come up with a specific color, but my impression from all the discussion and looking at different, unfortunately, I think like others probably who have been in this, right, noticing water tanks around in their colors and that stuff. But I think it's the issue is whether it's a dark color or a light color, not specifically what the color is. I was driving through Bill Ricca the other day, and there's one there that's like a light blue, a little more blue than the green that we have, and that really you hardly notice it just because it's so light. And so my impression is that's the issue with the cobalt blue. And then I guess I understand, and I guess I would amend this this one about the bands. I understand about them being painted. I guess it sort of goes along, to me, this goes along with the color. What I think would be optimal that if those don't stand out. So, you know, Ryan, you mentioned that that they should just be galvanized. I guess if we end up maybe this is more of a question to Nick or others in the know. You know, if this does end up being a darker colored tank, can those be in like a Corten steel, which, you know, is darker, and therefore, right, they stand out less. If it's a light color, I'm not sure it's quite as much of an issue.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I don't have as far as the color I'm concerned, I think we still have an opportunity at some point to finalize what that color may be. Once we know what that manufacturer is going to be, we can get color samples. So there, and Mike, please step in if I'm misspeaking, but we could roll that into the specifications for part of the submittal to see some color swatches, because again, we haven't looked at what some of their colors may be, and then there is a cost associated with that. We've always said that. So once you get outside of the standard color of that manufacturer, whether it's cobalt or whatever color, then it goes up in price, and whether you do multiple colors, that goes up in price. So I think there's still a potential to keep that in there to look at that for coloring, if you want to leave that in there. And we can write it into the specification to allow us to have the time to do that without losing too much time.
We had talked about a bid alternate for the
Yeah.
different colors, so that's certainly an option, and wouldn't be I don't think it would be a heavy lift to include in the specifications to essentially see what the pricing is for standard cobalt blue, and then we could, probably write in a couple of different bid alternates. One could be the sky blue, and well, it sounds like you're really only considering sky blue or lighter blue, and not a white or a green.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it's difficult to when we do an add alternate like that, we actually have to specify, right? So everyone's on an equal footing for bidding.
Mm-hmm.
And so it gets into I think a difficult place to kind of nail that down without knowing who the manufacturer is going to be. There is another option to do it during the submittal process, but then it becomes more of a change order to the contract at that point. So we have the ability, Mike and I have the ability to make some changes in the contract and specifications to allow something for that to happen. So I'd be fine if you wanted to leave that in there for us to consider a possible different color. But again, I can't make that decision. Nor do I really want to make the decision of picking the color. And then as far as the bands and the stiffeners go, I really still stand behind my recommendation to not have those painted, for the reason of having to relocate if we do have to paint, and or if those start to fade at a different rate than what we have out there, because the paint's not going to fade at the same rate that basically that glass fused coloring is going to fade at. Again, that's a thin line, so maybe it's not that pronounced. The intent is to have the carriers color match, so we don't have these big white envelopes sticking out up against the color. But again, those are going to fade at a different rate as well. But we could have a lot of control over them under the leasing agreement. And the form liners, I don't see them financially being an option, but it doesn't hurt to ask. The cost on those form liners is pretty extensive.
So I guess, and I'm not sure here, right, this would all need to be done in, this feels very bureaucratic, right? And I realize that, right? In the sense that you're going to operate in some time frame, right? You have different ways of looking at the color, you're going to get different color options, you then need to get some approval from someone from the select board of whether that that color is that additional cost is okay or not. I don't want to wrap in the CPDC to then have another layer of process there. So I guess really what I'm trying to get to here is some wording that puts that back, that because what I've heard from this group, right, in these meetings is, you know, try and get it to be a lighter color if you can, great, right? And that's a decision between your process that and you've clearly, right, you've clearly heard that, and the trade-off on the what the manufacturers provide and what the prices come back in, and I don't think that you need CPDC wrapped back into that. So that's really what I'm trying to get at here, and I'm not sure, you know, I'm not sure if this is exactly the right wording, but I think it's.
I think it's close. I think it's close to what you're asking us to do, without having an added layer in there.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. I think it's close to that.
Does any, I guess, from the board, I would like to ask, and, you know, have Ryan go through that effort with the tank color. I'm less, I'm sort of agnostic on the other two, on the liners and the color of the stiffeners. I mean, I guess my thought is, if they can be, you know, if they could be, if it would make sense for them to be, if we end up with a dark tank, it would be great if they were a dark color, and whether you can do those in Core 10 steel, maybe you can't. Maybe they aren't available that way, right? Instead of a galvanized, which ends up being lighter, that's great. If it's a light color and they're galvanized, I think the issue goes away, right? It's everything's light. So, and maybe I'm just thinking about that too much, but others.
Well, welcome to the world of water tanks.
Yeah, but so a Core 10 steel is going to weather, right? It's going to rust.
Yeah.
And so that's just going to stain everything, including the concrete below it. So I would not be in favor of that.
But does that rust off of itself?
It just rusts, and that's it. And that rust is that oxidation is going to get onto the concrete. Just like when you see somebody who's got a well and they're watering everything and all their granite pillars are all rusted away. You know, the iron oxide is going to build up on something. So I think that's a worse solution. I think galvanized is fine. You know, we're fooling ourselves if we think they're going to be invisible because they're painted the same color as the tank. They're going to reflect light. There's a corona system, right, that holds the thing on there. That ring isn't just projecting out there. There's a bunch of bars that hold that off of the tank, and all of that's going to cast a shadow. So you can paint it whatever color you want. You're still going to see some optical effect from it. The big thing is to hide the cells as much as you can, because those are the biggest, sort of most obvious pieces. As far as the colors go, I don't think you're going to have to worry about the optional colors, because even though the standard is the cobalt blue, most of them only offer 2 or 3 premium colors. And it's usually a blue, like a sky blue or a white or a green. There aren't that many colors of this glass fused product. They're not going to blend something custom for you. It's going to be, here's our standard, and here's the cost for one of the 2 premium colors. The Salisbury tank is a light gray, for example. It's not blue or anything.
On a positive note, we can thank everyone that we're not in a flight pattern, because we would not have an option. We'd have to have a checkerboard pattern. So that's just a positive note.
Yeah.
I figured I'd throw that in there.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really wouldn't want to paint that steel either. I just think that the maintenance, think about the maintenance for that. Somebody's up on some device, first of all, prepping it for new paint, which means that you have to have dust control. They're going to be there for a long time. just to paint these little strips. And I think that that nuisance to the neighborhood is worse than the potential visual impact of something way up here. As far as the form liners go, if it really is $500,000, I'd rather spend that on the trees. I'd rather spend that on making the park better or the site better or moving some utilities or something. And
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I agree with that. I think the water tank color is the most important thing because that is, you know, there are options there. And I know I last time was intrigued by the form liners. Submitted price that you just told us about changes my mind about that. And yeah, like rather invested in something that's more on the ground and an immediate benefit.
So what I'm hearing, and chime in others if you think something different, right? That maybe we could revise this to just focus on the tank color. And I'm with you, Nick, right? It's one of the 3 colors that they offer. And there's going to be a price with the premium one. And it's if we want to pay it or not. So.
yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. The fence, moving along to the fence issue. I do recognize, right, you had said, the fence might not be in exactly the same location. What I'd like to do in this decision is, right, nail it down a little bit. I don't know if that's plus or minus 10 feet or 6 feet, plus or minus 6 feet from where it's shown on the plan.
I think the 10 feet's fine. I think it'll probably be less than that, but I think the 10 feet's fine. The goal is to move that in as much as we can, but still keep some usable space for the future, if that makes sense for the site. If the needs change of the carriers or whatever, we'll have some space on site. So we're committed to as it's shown on the plan. That's where we're going to try to put it.
Anyone with comments on this as it's written?
I assume that we're not saving any trees as we're pretty much stripping the site to clean it. Is that correct?
That'd be correct. I think you have less than a handful that might be saved in that area. Again, I just keep in mind that a lot of them are actually rotted and not specimen trees, and so there is a loss of tree, but not a loss of a healthy tree, if that sort of softens it a little bit. But we are committed, and the tree warden is committed to plant as many trees as we can on that site.
So I think Tony's point may have been right. The way that it's written, it sounds like it may vary from the plan because we're trying to save some, trying to avoid some trees. But if the plan now, right, the plan is that they're really in that whole area, there aren't going to be any trees saved. So that begs the question, why can't it just go, why can't it go, plus or minus, 2 or 3 feet from where it's shown on the plan?
I'd be fine with that too.
All right.
I'm in favor of that too.
One of the things that may impact it, just to keep in mind, is whether or not we can remove entirely that the old foundation, because there's still some remaining, and so that might shift it to the right a little bit. But I think you're fine with having that in there, 2 to 3 feet.
All right.
Okay.
And we're talking here about the final permanent fence.
Mm-hmm. On the easterly side.
Yeah.
And again, I think for whatever reason, if we find that has to change more so than this, we'll be back in front of you.
Okay.
To explain why.
All right. And then, so this one, I think, I'm sorry, I'm reading this over because it may have changed from a little bit from what I had originally provided. But right, the idea here, I think the process going forward on this space is for planning, town planning, and engineering to work with CPDC and or to, I should put it this way, for CPDC to host a public process, right? It will clearly include town planning and engineering. I don't know, maybe it's going to include parks, and it may include, others, right? Other town boards,
Entities,
or
yep.
entities and interested parties. So, but what we're committing here, I guess, what is being committed to here is that town planning and engineering will work with this board to, as soon as we can, to come up with a plan for what this public space should look like. That's after funding is made available for improvements. And I think there may be a little bit of a chicken and egg there, but right, we do need to know that the town meeting supports making an investment in this property before we go through a big public process to define it. Right, I don't want us to all go through a process to design something and have town meetings say, no, we're not going to put any money into it, and we all just wasted our time. So I hope that we're able to identify at least some form of funding to be able to move ahead with this in a time frame that improvements could be made while construction is still happening. And I think that's as much as we can go with this.
I agree with that. And the changes that you made from the version we received earlier answer a question of mine, which was, okay, who's going to do this community process? The question that's standing out of my mind, not knowing how long this will take or if there will be the approval to spend money on this, is the site's going to be remediated because we have to remove the contaminated soil. Do we need to have a description of the state that area will be left in if there is not a plan to create a park or a plan for what to do with it afterwards?
So the intent is, as part of this process, that will be loomed and seeded and graded out gently, without making any, let's just say, any permanent changes to that area that outside of planting. And so if the process doesn't go forward, we can always go in and do some tree plantings selectively if there's no funding available. But we would leave it in sort of a seeded state. So grass, open, and we'd have to seed it so it wouldn't have erosion.
Great, and that would have been my assumption. It's not set. Does that need to be said anywhere?
It will be stated in the specifications as part of the restoration of the property.
All right.
But we probably should have that in, I agree, Heather, we probably should have that in this decision that, and it probably goes in here that pending further direction from this process, that site, the portion of the site outside the fence will be loam and seed. Right? I mean, that's all we can say.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thanks.
The next item, soil remediation. Right, this was still before, right? This was before. Can we say something now more definitive about what we're doing in terms of soil remediation?
You're muted, Ryan.
You're muted, Ryan.
I think you can probably just reference the plan if that is easy enough. On the plan, we basically show the limits, which is the entirety of the property. If that makes it easier.
It makes it easier for me. Who is driving here? Is this Julie?
Yeah.
No pressure, Julie.
No, it's okay. Should I put that back?
No. That was fine. I was just wondering who was typing. I didn't know whether it was you or Andrew.
I just need to get the actual information about the plan.
Yeah.
From, I think it was updated today, right, Ryan?
Yes.
Does that mean the section up above about the findings about the soil needs to be updated? And then
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a bunch of findings to update too.
So right here, the piece on the temporary cell tower, right? This essentially says that once a plan is developed for that temporary cell tower, Ryan, or I keep referring to Ryan, but right, engineering will come back through a major modification to this site plan approval, and which includes a public meeting and a review of that part of this plan.
So is the intent of that after the RFP, and we know what that temporary tower will finally look like? Is that the intent of number 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. The intent is so that so that we understand what is going to happen.
Right. And so we're clear that we're not going to be 100% sure on what that's going to look like until after the RFP comes back. And so that's when we'll have to come back at that point.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were clear that we understood that I'm not going to know what that tower will absolutely look like until that RFP comes back.
Yeah.
Would it be better then to just say that here where we say, since the location and design of the temporary cell towers are conceptual at this point, and then the rest of the sentence?
I think we can finalize the location prior to the RFP, just so we know it's where we're looking, because that's going to have to be a design parameter. So I'm fine with coming back and showing that piece. We're looking in that northwest corner, so I'm confident that's where it'll be. But we're not going to know until after the RFP comes back on what that entirety of that structure is going to look like. If that makes any sense.
So I guess there's two things here, right? And I certainly don't want us to meeting us all to death here, right? But there's two pieces. After the RFP, right, all you're going to be doing is presenting information, because at that point, right, there's no decisions have been made, and it's good to know, right? It will be good for everyone to know what's going to happen, but that's what that meeting would be. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what has been presented. Here's how we're gonna do this. Right. There's no decisions to be made, which I think is helpful information. But then again, right, the real decision point is prior to the RFP, where you can really more definitively say and take comment on the location. And so I don't know, and I'm putting this out to the rest of the board, right? Does this, it sort of feels like maybe the better time to have that next meeting where there's, we're not going to have a lot of information, but at least Ryan would have definitive or have technical information on why he's suggesting one site versus the other for this temporary cell location. Thoughts on whether that? I have a feeling, Ryan, that we might ask you for both.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
But I do think the major modification is actually at the point where you identify the location of the pole, and not the details of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in disagreement with that. I think that location is maybe the last decision piece. At that point, we probably will have finalized design parameters too that we may be able to share.
Julie, am I thinking about that? Are you agree with my thought process there?
Yeah, so essentially like the final location and design parameters would be like determined, but the RFP wouldn't have been issued yet. And that's when he would come back for the major modification, like before the RFP process. And then like later come back with an update on what the RFP.
Just an informational.
Information session.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And maybe actually that information session will be at the beginning of our discussion about the open space. That would be nice.
Okay. Is that more or less what you're thinking?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
What's your time? Not to put you on the spot, Ryan, but do you have an estimated time frame for when the RFP for this might go out?
Yes, yes, it's being worked on now. It has to sit at a minimum because it is a lease of land in the central register for a minimum of a month. So that'll be the first step that you see happen, is that we initiate the central register soon and get that timetable going. Now, if we take a little bit longer than a month, then that's fine, but we don't really want to lose time. So you'll see that go through soon. And then, at least as of today, we were going back and forth, and we've had several meetings already with town council and procurement on the strategy for how this should go out. So I hope that it's within the next few weeks we finalize that.
So does that mean you're coming back to the Cpdc at our next meeting?
I don't know. It may be premature to be back here by your next meeting, but I do also have another procurement question that I will be asking offline and seeing how it affects number 5. Because I do have a question on whether or not there's certain things we can provide prior to the RFP if we've initiated the RFP process. So I'm just going to ask that question.
So let's just be clear though, if you have to wait to come back to CPDC before the RFP is issued, are you not able then to initiate the process at all?
Based on your condition that you're having here, then yes.
So that's what we're intending, right? Is that what you're intending, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
when is your,
if the RFP, in the RFP, you're going to identify, you're going to have a location, right? Or are you?
yes, we will 100%.
Of those 3 locations, you'll have a location identified.
There'll be one identified location. So everyone is bidding on the same even parameters.
So the answer to your question, Julie, is yes. We do want to have that meeting before that happens.
Okay. And so is that going to work for, like, guess we'll just put you on the May 10th agenda?
Yeah, just keep continuing me until we're done, I guess. Yeah, I can't put my finger on whether or not we'll have. I mean, I think we should have everything in place. And when I say that, I mean it's outside of location. I just want to make sure that we have all the design parameters for that meeting. So it's a comprehensive discussion. Again, those design parameters really aren't going to change much because they'll be sort of based on wind loads and things like that. But at least we'll have them finalized.
So does it make sense to? Makes sense.
Would it make sense? Would it make sense to identify the back northwest corner, and if that changes, then we come back? Or really is it?
I like that. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I mean, yes. If and for whatever reason, if something changes due to a design constraint, I'll just petition to come back for a major modification. If that makes sense, it's sort of because that's the intent, is that the final location be determined. Then we can pick that final location just based on what we know tonight, which is that northwest corner. And then if it does change due to a definitive reason, we'll be back for a major modification. I think that addresses your concern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's cleaner, actually.
Yeah.
Do we need Julie to put in the findings that the northwest corner location is the preferred, or is the recommended, or I don't know what word you use, but preferred location for the temporary cell tower?
Yeah.
We can finalize. We can revise that plan for just to show that one location, so it's not confusing. If you want to reference a plan.
I think it's fine to
have
it this way, right?
Is this worded correctly, Ryan? This sentence.
Yes, based on the information that we know, it may be a ballasted foundation. I'm not. Could be something different, but based on what we know, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look at this, like go through it tomorrow and just make sure that there's nothing conflicting in here. But for now, because like I know I need to change this thing that's on the screen here about the fence location.
Oh, right.
I'll just go back to the conditions for now. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. There was just this is standard language, this limitations language. We have it in every decision. Are there any others that you specifically want to see?
I think, right, the rest is what was sent to the board already.
Actually, I added one more.
Okay.
I added this when you guys were talking tonight, I added this tree replacement condition.
All right.
Is that good?
That's fine with me.
Is there anything else? Do you want to go through everything or?
Is that a question to me or to Ryan?
You
On
most
on my screen, you're looking at Ryan, so.
Oh, sorry. On my screen, I'm looking at you. It's so funny. We could just go through it. There's just a few things like we need to add the dates of today's plan. And then we'll have to add that new plan to one second. 1 second. Okay.
Julie, that plan you're referring to is the soil samples, correct?
And didn't you revise the site? I thought Mike said you revised the site plan today.
I think it was to reflect the soil samples, so yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I'll just get that correct date and get that in here.
All right.
And then for the proposed project, the water tank hasn't changed. We just went through the temporary cell tank. Site access hasn't changed since the plan. Community use, just make sure.
Do we need to, right, because the site access, right, the plan doesn't exactly reflect what you're planning to do in terms of the garage door location and the site access, but I don't think that's big enough to hold this hold this up, right? Because you're going to do that, right? But I think it's probably good in here to reflect that we know that those changes are going to be made.
Yeah, and I think Julie caught that here.
Oh,
we'll align with the garage door on the pedestal and the water tank.
So does that reflect?
Well, the plan doesn't reflect that, but that is the intent. That's what we'll be doing. Otherwise, it won't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
So I think it's grabbed here in the site access. I think that's correct.
I might want to say something in this paragraph here about once funding is secured.
Yeah, on this one up above, where we say once certain site specifics like soil contamination levels and the location of the fence are known, we know those things now, right?
Yep. Yes.
So maybe you can just even delete that whole bit right there. Yeah.
Does that look good?
Yep.
Okay, so this I have to change. That's actually kind of crazy. Brian, what's the actual distance it's been relocated? You're muted.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what that distance is, but is it easier just to reflect the plan? To reference the plan?
Sure, yeah.
I'd be guessing if I told you what that footage was.
And you did this already. Oh, wait.
Yeah. I think you can delete after the section you have highlighted in yellow. I think all of that has been overtaken.
Okay. All right, I'll just get that plan tomorrow.
You can also delete, depending upon levels of soil contamination. Because it's all going to be cleaned up anyhow.
Yeah.
So I was just going to do the same thing with the soil remediation. Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. None of this stuff changed. And here are the waivers. You will need to vote on the waivers.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. Any further discussion?
No.
Any other comments on issues that we're not addressing that ought to be at this point? All right. So, right, just to summarize here on the plan, right, we'll go through these waivers. We've just gone through all the conditions that we're considering. We would expect that maybe as soon as our next meeting, Ryan could be back if he finds that the temporary tower would not go in that north west location. But if that's where everything leads him to, then the next time we would see Ryan is as an informational in an informational meeting so that he can just present to us and to the community of sort of what that temporary cell tower will look like, and when it's, you know, whatever kind of detailed information that he has there. And then also we would then have after all that, we'd also have a meeting or a public process to determine what could be done and what should be done with that newly created open space outside the fence on the eastern side of the property.
Yep.
And right, that will probably take a couple of meetings to identify what, yeah, sort of what the programming for the space would want to be, active, passive, landscaping, a little bit of all, and then how we might achieve that. So.
Good.
Mhm.
Does that all make sense? Expectation. All right. So I think, right, we have a site plan decision here with a couple of waivers that we need to vote on. Right, typically there's a site plan review fee. The town's not going to pay themselves for. No architectural plans needed, no lighting, so no photometric plan. Drainage calculations, we're not changing the impervious conditions, so no need for drainage calcs or stormwater prevention plans, and no traffic to the site other than construction traffic, really. So no need for a traffic study.
So we should move to accept these changes?
The waivers.
Waivers to
Yeah.
accept the waivers as written?
I guess I'll put it this way. Does anyone on the board feel that we should take these waivers up individually?
No.
No.
Okay. Hearing none, then let's address them all as one group of waivers.
Move to accept these waivers for the site plan for the Auburn Street Water Tower plan. Checklist requirements. Is there a
Right.
second?
Oh, I'll second.
All right. So roll call vote. Heather?
Yes.
Nick?
Abstain.
Okay. Linda?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
John? Yes. Because Nick abstained, do we have Tony vote? Or no, that doesn't work that way.
No, it would not work that way.
All right. All right. Then we're looking to vote on the site plan approval.
Want to close the public hearing?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Right, we need to close a public hearing, a motion to close a public hearing.
All right, so I'll move to close the public hearing on the site plan review for 0 Auburn Street, the water tank replacement.
Second.
All right, roll call again. Heather?
Yes.
Nick?
Abstain.
Pam?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
John? Yes. All right, Heather, you want to make one more motion?
Oh gosh, yes, now we have to vote. Okay, so I vote to approve the site plan review decision for 0 Auburn Street, the water tank replacement.
That was a motion for that. Second?
Second.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I believe this one would be as amended, as we
Oh.
need some minor changes.
Oh
to
yes,
the official
as
plan.
amended. We did make some changes.
Thank
to it.
you.
Thank you.
Second.
So roll call vote again. Linda?
Yes.
Nick?
Abstain.
Heather?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
John? Yes. All right. I think that's that, at least for now, right?
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So.
We have, right, one more item on our agenda.
We do.
If they're still here.
Yeah. I saw Brad here, right? You know, can we take like we're going to take, let's call it a 3-minute recess.
How about come back at 11, by 11?
Okay.
11, is it that late?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes.
All right. Julie, is that you sharing your screen still? Or is that Andrew? All right.
Thank you for letting me know. What screen was I sharing?
That was just a water tank.
Okay, all right. Thankfully, let the world read my email.
Mr. Chairman, before you get started, I know I'm not actually part of the voting members, but I do need to recuse myself from discussions on Johnson Woods.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
It's 11 o'clock.
All right. So next item on the agenda is Johnson Woods amendment, minor amendment. I'm gonna guess, Mr. Latham, do you want to start us off on this, or someone else?
If I may start off, and I'll turn it over to Bill Bergeron. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay. There are 4 items, 3 of which you've seen in the past. First is Building 9. We appeared before you last June and requested permission to break that a duplex into 2 separate buildings. And abutter had some concern with that. We've worked with him, and as a consequence of discussions and hearing his concern, Ted has feel it's appropriate to come back and ask to reunite those 2 buildings into 1 duplex. It's slightly shifted on the lot. It's a little farther away from the abutter's home. And Bill can go into more detail on that as far as precise distances. Building 33 is a 3-unit building that was approved as such in June of last year. You wanted to see certain driveway locations, I believe, with reference to that building. We're back to discuss that. Building 47 is now a single-family building. You wanted to see the driveway location on that. And we're proposing 2 2-stall garages on Trevor Court to create an increase in the covered parking on site. It would be screened from Johnson Woods Drive, and one of them has been requested by an existing homeowner in that area. There'd be no cutting of trees. They say it would be screened from Johnson. So I'm going to ask if Bill could go on and discuss in more detail the 4 items I've just described generally.
Great, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Again.
So why don't we start with the 9 going back to a duplex unit. We had submitted 2 plans for you. The first one showed the new configuration versus what the split 9A, 9B, 2 singles was going to be. And then talking to Andrew, he said, why don't you show another plan showing what the new duplex is over the originally approved duplex. So you have both of those plans. And the orientation of the new configuration is just slightly rotated. Again, as Brad indicated, we rotated it a little bit further away from building 10 after discussions with him. The original 9B unit had the deck in the rear of the building in order to further provide more privacy between the units. The deck was moved on 9B was moved to the side just to enhance the separation distance between them. Other than that, it's virtually what was originally approved, and it's just basically going back to something that was very similar to the original. Sizes didn't change. It's just a matter of combining them back together again.
Can we see, can you screen share, please? Can you screen share the plans for everyone?
I thought you had the plans. I don't have the plans.
Okay, we'll do it. That's fine.
Here's the Building 9 plans over the approved individual units.
Yes.
And I can also pull up, this is over the approved, the original duplex units. If anybody has questions, let me know and I can pull up different plans.
This is the deck that I was talking about that was originally on the back of the unit there. Now it's in that location. And it basically just provided additional separation between building 10 and building 9B. Can you see my arrow moving around, Andrew?
No, we cannot.
Okay. So that's the modification that we're talking about for 9A and 9B. If you scroll up a little bit, Andrew, so that I can see building 47. Building 47 was put on the same plan. The original approved location is shown in light. When we went out, there was additional trees that were between 41 and 47 that we wanted to save. So we slid the building a little bit to the left, approximately 10 feet. And the original requirement for 47 was to just show the driveway. So we've shifted it a little bit and shown the driveway. The next item is, well, we did provide landscaping for the units at lot 9. And we provided landscaping for the building 33. '33 was a request. This is when we, when building 40, unit 47 was made from a duplex to a single. The Cpdc had previously agreed to make building 33 a triplex. And that was voted on last June. The requirement of the decision was to show the driveways. So the driveways are depicted on this plan now, showing the landscaping and the driveway configuration for them. And the last item is the configuration request for the two-stall garages that are on Trevor Court. The elevation difference between where the garages are and where Johnson Woods Drive are, it's probably close to 10 feet elevation difference between where the garage locations are and where Johnson Woods are. And the buildings that are 34, 35, and 36, which are being constructed now, those first floor elevations actually will look over the roof of the proposed 2-car garages. There's that much of a grade change. Those buildings 35, 36 have garages under, and the finished floor is 10 plus feet above the garage floor elevations. And then if you take consideration the windows that are on those first floor elevations as well, you're probably 14 to 16 feet maybe above the garage floor elevation. So it's not like you're going to be looking out your front window at a garage. You're going to be basically looking pretty much at the top of the roof in those locations. There is no intent to even remotely try to access that from Johnson Woods Drive. As I indicated, there is a significant grade differential. In addition to that, there are significant trees that we intend to maintain between the rear of the garages and Johnson Woods Drive. And as Brad indicated, a request has been made by one of the unit owners to have these garages. So we ended up adding 2 independent ones to further provide additional parking spaces for some of the residents in that area. I believe there was the only other request was to show the driveway for building 52, which was the one that had been on hold for probably 2 years. And I provided that the driveway locations and the in an aerial photogrammetry actually showing where the location was. That's on that smaller plan that I had sent you, Andrew.
Sorry, I missed that
Andrew
one.
did have a comment on this key plan about the date, but the date is in the revision box, not on the main part of the plan. So the date is corrected to the current date. If you scroll further to the right, you'll be able to see in the revision box on the bottom, it's
Great.
revised
Thank you.
3/16/2021. And I don't know if is Ted on?
Yeah, Ted's on.
Ted, you want to discuss the existing barn structure and your plans for that? Ted,
Oh, can you hear me?
you got to speak a little bit louder.
Okay. I'll speak since Ted apparently can't get on. That of course building was there from the inception. What it's been used for is to house materials and construction equipment that would otherwise have to be exposed and stored outside. So the plan is to leave that building there until we're nearing completion, which I think Ted said would probably be a year after next, and then of course remove it. But it's serving a very useful purpose by leaving it there to cover equipment and materials. And that was Ted's explanation to me.
I don't know if
think
there's
that's
any
I
other
think,
questions relative to this, but I'd be happy to answer anything.
Yes, this is Tim Hill. I wonder if I could ask a question.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think you answered one question with the abutters in for 9A and 9B. I think you answered one question already. The size of this
In the
new,
public comments period already?
I'm sorry?
Let's just move along. Yeah.
I believe you answered this already. I just want to confirm it though. The dimensions of the new building are the exact same as the original dimensions approved by the town, I believe. Is that correct? In 9A and 9B?
The plans that we submitted that Andrew has on the board right now show the minor discrepancy between the two plans. The original approved plans are shown in lightly underneath, and the proposed plan is shown dark. As I indicated, the deck was moved from the rear to the side. The deck configuration on 9A was adjusted slightly due to the setback requirement to that actual circle there is a property line. So we had to reconfigure that when we moved it around because the deck originally was not in that location. But other than that, you can see that virtually they're the same footprint.
And the last question I have is there's no mention of the catch basin in there. I know the catch basin we were told was going to be under the deck that you talked about that was moved. Can you confirm that?
The actual site plan that went to engineering shows that shows the catch basin with the grading around it. No, that's going to be retained. That's another reason to move the deck to the side.
Well, okay. So I'm still confused as to where the catch basin is going to be located.
It's going to be a little bit beyond where the hand is right now, behind 9B.
Okay, okay. And the driveways, both of the driveways will be off Johnson Woods Drive, I believe, for the new buildings.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think, right, let's take these one at a time. 9A and 9B, right, I guess, right, that restores that unit back to where we told you where it should be. And because all the concerns that we understood were going to happen happened. So I think from a board perspective, we're more than happy to, I'll speak for everyone else here. In this case, we're more than happy to see it the way it is, going back to the way it was originally planned. Going to item to 47. I guess, I don't know, right? Part of this is that this is dragged on for too long and you come at this piecemeal. I'm surprised that we agreed with the relocation of building 47 to be 10 feet closer to building 46, and all we asked for you was the drive location. I have a hard time. I'm not sure that that's where we ended up. So my concern in this, and I'll put it in, and the two garages, is that let's step back a minute here, and we have this conversation every time you're here, right? This got approved under as a planned unit development, essentially, right? And that way, right, you can have houses and buildings next to each other, closer. You don't, it's not a subdivision. The design was different, so you don't need to have those same rigid subdivision setbacks. However, right, as we get to where we are here, everyone who has invested in this development invested with some expectations, and those expectations were based off of some plan that you put in front of those investors. And then you, right, like this, you're changing the what they purchased, right? So you're changing here for this building to be 10 feet closer, 30% closer than what it used to be. And if you go down to where those garages are, right, those people who purchased in buildings 35 and 36, maybe you said one person requested a garage, right? I assume there's 4 units in there. They all did not purchase, right? They didn't purchase thinking that they were looking out their front windows over top of a garage. So in a typical subdivision, right, those people would have some rights of whether that garage, maybe it would be allowed, maybe it wouldn't. We have no idea. But my concern is that this development is so close to being done, and so many people have already invested so much of their hard-earned money in this, and then you continue to make changes without any sort of backup. If it was me, and maybe it is me because I'm the chairman of this, or chairperson of this board right now, I wouldn't approve these garages without confirmation from the investors of building 35 and 36 that they agree with that change, period.
Question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Jim Bartis, I live across the street, and I have the same view looking out my front window.
Sure.
But mine would be at the backside of these garages. So following up on your comment, I'm interested in what will be planted and what trees will remain. As I looked at the plan for 9B and 9A, it called out existing trees, which I assume will be saved. I don't know if that's a proper assumption or not. As I look at this plan, I see some existing trees, 4 of them. But if you look at what's there today, there's approximately 12 trees that are 8 inches wide or bigger. So what is the plan so that when I look out my window, or my next door neighbor immediately in the same building looks out his window, we're not looking at the backside of a garage, which is up high. We talked about the people in 35 and 36 looking out and not seeing it because they're looking over it. Whereas we're looking out and we're looking at it. So with that in mind, what is the plan for planting, for trees remaining, et cetera? What detail is shown where so we understand what's going to be done? I don't understand.
There was a plan, proposed planting plan submitted to show that. She shows vegetation, and also the note that the planting technique and scheme that had been used throughout the project would be applied in all of these buildings that are being proposed. But that was submitted.
That's shrubs though, not trees. I'm
sorry?
talking about trees though.
The existing
You can
trees shown
look
on the
at
plan are to remain,
Backside of garages.
the existing trees that are shown are to remain on there. And we selected the ones that were adjacent to the garage. There are several other ones between the back edge of the sidewalk and where those are, and anything that would be there would remain of a specimen quality. There's some just scrub brush that's in there.
So if I understand it, existing trees will remain?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand when you see something on the plan, what it means, because there's also behind the proposed building 33, something called maintain existing vegetation. Well, the existing vegetation there wasn't maintained. It was all blasted out and moved and basically clear cut. So when you see something on a plan, such as existing vegetation, what does that mean?
On this plan, where it says existing vegetation on the garage, it means it's going to remain.
The vegetation there is significantly behind the unit. So yeah, it did require excavation for 33, but then there is it didn't go to the lot line. There is vegetation that's remaining.
It goes all the way back to the lot line, or the line that's called open space / active condo land. I'm not sure what that means, but it goes all the way back to that. It was totally removed.
Now, the construction, the aerial photos of the area don't show that. So can we move on from that part of it and focus on the changes
Can I
here?
speak also? I'm Ellen Mastrocola. I live at building 58. And I can attest that all the trees that have been in Trevor Court and Unit 33 and existing Foundation 32 have been completely deteriorated, have been completely razed. There are no trees at all. So there are no existing trees. You are welcome to go there to look and see. There are no trees. So even Trevor Court, there might be some trees that might have survived between excavation and raising, but they are not even trees that look like they might survive, because those trees have been in a forest. And now they are 1 or 2 trees without any trees that had significant foliage or significant support around them. I don't think they'll survive. And they are unsightly. They're not anything that looks like they belong in a luxury condominium complex.
I'd suggest that perhaps it'd be appropriate to to take a look at those trees that are shown there on Trevor Court to determine whether there be sufficient screening or not.
Right. They're damaged, deteriorated, and substandard trees that have been supported by additional foliage around them. They don't, and the additional foliage around them doesn't support them. So they're not healthy, thriving trees.
That, I mean,
Yeah, I have no problem admitting my ignorance. Okay, you mentioned a tree warden. What role does a tree warden play in what trees stay and what trees go?
It's not so much what a tree warden stays, what trees just stays or goes, but when you intend to build units, buildings, and you take the beautiful forest or Johnson Woods, as we were known it to be, Johnson Woods, and you raise every single tree there and might keep a little bit of scrub in the because you can't cut those trees down. But between, I'm telling you, between unit 33 on Trevor Court, no, on Johnson Woods, 32 and 33, there doesn't exist one tree. Trevor Court, because there was a lot of granite, there might be some shrub, and that's all that exists.
So I understand your frustration. So, right, and what we're talking about here is that area between Trevor Court and Johnson Woods Drive, and
minimal shrubbery and minimal half living.
Look, you froze up a little bit, but right, here's I don't know what those trees look like. I don't know what's there. We would need further information about the screening. I think we need further information about sort of why we're making this change and who in the community that will be impacted by this has approved of this.
John,
right?
can I ask you a
Well,
question?
what if it, can we focus, this meeting's out of control. We can't get questions in or anything because we're talking about trees right now. I mean, to whom do these garages belong? Are they leased or are they actually purchased by a particular unit? Can they be released later to a different unit?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Sam Lang. If I could just add a comment, I'm actually one of the owners, soon to be owner on Trevor Court at Unit 36, Building 36.
Sure, thank you.
It's my understanding that I'm the only person that has purchased anything on Trevor Court right now. When I went into contract, it was my understanding that there are garages in the entire complex. I looked at those garages. They looked very tasteful to me, designed tastefully. I'm the person that's going to be standing right in front and looking at that garage, and I have no problem with that garage. I think it would actually benefit the entire neighborhood of Trevor Court because we all have tandem garages, and to give us more shelter, that would be fine. I hope the board will support it. I understand that there's concerns about what it looks like, and I've driven around the entire neighborhood. There's probably 50 garages, and I think they're all very tasteful with making sure that there's separation between Johnson Woods Drive and the garages. There's trees there now, and I don't think those trees are being taken down. That's my understanding. So I hope you guys can support that.
Thank you. Sam, are there other, you said you're you're the only one on Trevor Court. Are those other buildings completed or near to completion? Or do you now have
So I'm the most far right looking at this map on Unit 36.
Sure.
It's my understanding that I'm the only person that has purchased the unit there.
Okay.
I think.
So
the other
earlier
unit
you
is a
said.
model home. The other unit, I believe, is a model home used by the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Brad,
Mr.
what's the
Chairman,
intent of the
I-
garages?
On Trevor Court, you're mistaken. It's not a model home. They're just being put up right now.
Yeah, I think that's probably irrelevant for this conversation at the moment, whether it's model or not. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think that the timing and mention that Sam just mentioned is the fact that there are not people that are going to that own there that are impacted by it being out their front window, because of the fact that Sam's the first buyer. We're more than happy, and we understand, we want to confirm the screening behind them, and maybe looking at that might be appropriate.
so that, I guess that's perfect, right? It is, at least from my perspective, of where how this should happen, right? Is that right? What I'd like to see is, right, I'd like to get evidence that whoever owns properties in 35 and 36, support this, number one, right? If no one owns them yet, if no one has purchased those, even better. And then really more detail on the screening between the other properties, right? Of what they can see right across Johnson Woods Drive, or maybe even building 37, right? I know there's a lot of different topography here. And from this plan, it's impossible to tell what's going on here. And right, we need more detail. That's all I can say on this one. Going back to building 47, I guess I'm still surprised about the comment that's all we were asking for, that we approved that building relocation. Is this, Julie, is this you, or do we have that decision? Do we have it?
We do have the decision here.
Yeah.
That of the conversion, but I would have to go back to the plans to see if those setbacks were approved.
I don't think they were, because we would have listed it here, like we
agree.
listed everything else.
Yeah.
No.
You have to remember that the original 47 was a duplex. So basically when we changed it to a single, we kind of split the difference between where the footprint of the duplex was to make it a single family. And the minimum setback distance between units is 15 feet, and we've got over 20 feet.
I guess that's where I have a problem, right? Is the original design, right? The minimum setback was 15 feet. I think this community has moved beyond that minimum design, right? Because you have, it's half populated and half the people invested with expectations of something. They didn't have, I know they didn't buy with an expectation of 15-foot separation between buildings. Unless that's what was shown on the plans.
Hello, Bill, can you hear me? Or Roy, can you hear me? This is Ted Moore.
Yes, we can hear you.
So just to know, there was a duplex there. I own building 46 to the right. I'm the person affected by this. No one else is. When you look at 46, it's a duplex. 46 right, I own 46 right. So I'm the abutter that is being, if perhaps negatively impacted. The duplex there took up 60% more space than this, but there's 6 100-year oak trees there that exist that I don't want to cut down. And so that's why 47 got shifted closer to the right side of building 46, which I own. And I'm willing to accept that intrusion because I want to save the trees.
Okay, that's great. Let's get that. I'd like to get that documentation before.
Okay. So what documentation would you like that I own 46 right?
Something in writing saying, documenting that you own.
Okay, Brad, can you supply that?
Absolutely, sure.
Okay, no problem. And if you'll look at the site, you'll see there are half a dozen trees between 41 and 42 and 47 that are 25-inch, 30-inch diameter. And if we left the duplex there as was originally designed, which I believe was 72 feet wide versus 44 feet wide, there would be no trees left. And that's why that change was made.
Okay.
Get the information you want.
All right, thanks. The 30, let's move on to, what was it, 33?
35 and 36?
33.
33 was the driveways.
Okay, so 33 is, there was a 72-foot building previously approved there as a duplex. This building is 68 feet wide. It's about the same mass as was already approved. And by turning the duplex into a triplex, we did not add or remove any trees. That was a hunk of ledge that had to be removed in any regard. And what it does is allow us to keep 6, 100-year-old trees on White Oaks Lane. And it has no tree difference here. It's a huge benefit to 47 to build to the neighborhood around White Oaks Plateau and all the people that own and building the 6 buildings around there, 46, 40, 41, 42, all the way around White Oaks Plateau. All those beautiful oak trees can stay there. And then no tree difference over here.
Are we talking about 33 now?
Yeah, we're saying the trade-off was 33, same massing, essentially the same massing went from a duplex to a triplex without the building growing any larger. At building 47, lot 47, we went from a 70-foot wide duplex to a 40-odd something wide single. That's what gave us the other 25 feet to save those trees. And I'm the person, so the new house there is actually probably no closer to building 46 than the duplex was, but it's closer to 46 than the original site plan for the single family at 47 back in June was. But I'm the person affected by that, and I accept the detriment.
I do recall this and focusing.
So we're talking about 47, not 33.
33 is the massing of 33 is basically identical to what was approved before.
So we are talking about 33.
But the two are related.
Well, I have certain issues with 33. When we're talking about 33, let me know, I guess. I mean,
okay.
We are talking about 33.
Okay. The issue I had is I never saw where it was approved. I have the meeting minute notes from June, and there were 3 motions on approvals, and 33 was not one of the motions. And then a decision was written that said it was approved. But as part of the meeting, there was no drawing made. There was some sketch overwritten on what was there as a duplex. And so I don't know what level of approval we now have. But I also have issues with multiple driveways in a very congested and dangerous area. I happen to live across the street, and I've had near misses with cars coming over the hill, located exactly where the new building is going to go with 3 more driveways. If you look at the space, there's approximately 3-4 buildings, each with multiple driveways, all coming in with the intersection of Trevor Court. So there's a traffic issue and a safety issue that I have with this. I've had near misses with people coming over the hill 40 to 50 miles an hour. And as more units come online at the back part of the development, in the high rises, there's going to be even more traffic. So I'm not sure how all this plays together, or even whether or not this gets consideration, but there's a lot of issues associated with the traffic and the actual safety of people walking on the street, people backing out of their driveways, and people driving down the road. Where is that consideration given?
Bill, can you comment on the traffic issue?
Well, I mean, 33, whether it's a duplex or a triplex, one additional driveway is not materially going to change anything there. And if people are going 45 or 50 miles an hour, which I find hard to believe, you're self-regulated. These are private roadways. You have a speed limit in the development that's, I think, posted for 15 miles an hour. So
19.
if your own residents and your own co-owners in the development are going that fast, then it's probably your obligation to talk to the board that is in charge of that to take a look at that. I did talk to Ted this afternoon about that, and he intends, after the construction gets done in this area, he intends to post additional speed limit signs that will hopefully have some effect on that.
But an additional.
I take issue with the fact that you said I didn't observe cars going 40 to 50 miles an hour. I have.
Okay, guys, you know what? This is not an open meeting, right? I know that this is
a Ted Moore meeting.
Right. This is a frustrating topic for everyone involved, but right, it's not okay. You don't just speak out. Next time, right, we're just going to mute everyone. We don't like doing that, but we can't just have people talking over each other. The typical approach to this is you raise your electronic hand, and then I'll call on you to speak. It's late, and really, honestly, right, there are too many issues here that we go around in circles on, right? I do not think I have questions about whether we really approved 47, right? Jim, you just brought up questions about whether we really approved 33. I can't confirm that one way or another sitting here. Right, I'm going to guess Julie can't either. You know, I think this is every time, Ted, every time, right? We can't have these little piecemeal things. I do appreciate you getting the full plan, right? We asked for that a number of times. It's great. We see that full plan, but right, we need to look at, when we're making these changes, we really do need to understand the whole context of what's going on to approve these changes. And
what was the date of the meeting? How do we not know whether this was approved? I mean, there's meeting minutes. We have a decision somewhere.
I have the decision from last June, and so does Andrew. And I can tell you about 33, what you approved. So you approved for 33 to be converted from a duplex to a triplex.
Right.
You did not approve certain setbacks that were proposed at the time. So I think it's proposed to be bigger than is shown today. I would have to look at the plan though to see that, or if this plan could show the setbacks, then I would know. But it does state clearly in the decision from last June that you did approve it to change from 2 units to 3 units.
Yeah, I remember that. And I remember having concerns about wanting to see the driveway arrangements, so we knew how they were.
Right. You also did not approve the shifting of building 47. You approved building 7 being converted from 2 units to 1 unit, but not a shifting of it at all. Like closer to the other building.
So Julie, if you have to look at what the duplex, where the duplex was before. I think building 47 today fits into the footprint of the old duplex, and it's just that the right hand side of the old duplex is gone.
I don't.
Well, how did
you don't show
right?
me.
But yeah, we can't take action on this, right? There's too many plans. There's too much change. You know, without you saying that, how am I supposed to know that, Ted?
What was the date of that decision that you were just looking at?
Bill, do you have the old, Bill, do you have the old, the plan that has the old?
June 8th, 2020.
I'll give you a good example while you're looking for that. So, you know, I wasn't here to see I mean, I could go back in the minutes and I suppose and look myself. I didn't see the original plan for building 47. It would be really helpful to see that complete picture. Just an example, you know, as people are coming on new to the board. Hard to approve something based on what I'm being told, but not shown.
Bill Bergeron, do you have the old plan of the original approved duplex for 47?
I don't,
Well-
I don't have the original, I don't have it with me, obviously. But the shift for 47 from what was talked about when they allowed it to where we have now, it shows the configuration of that. I suppose we could go back and put the duplex back on it and show what that was, but I'm pretty sure it's going to show that 47 was not as, the original 47 was not as deep as it is, but it was more like a configuration of 46, but it would be as close to 46 as 47 is right now.
I think that's right.
And my recollection is on 33, when the vote was taken, the original duplex unit was there. And the discussion at the time was the fact that even though it was going to be a triplex, that the footprint was going to be essentially the same massing. And I think Ted just confirmed that the original 33 unit was, I think, 72 feet wide, and this triplex unit is actually 68 feet wide. So it wasn't where the location of it was. It was just basically splitting the mass of the building a little bit differently. And we had provided the additional setbacks with the plans that we submitted now, showing the setbacks to 32 and 34, which is what was requested, as along with the driveways. So the dimensions of separation are on the plan, and the driveways are on the plan, which I remember that the bulk of the conversation, making sure that we didn't orient 33 so that it was coming right at the apex of the Trevor Court intersection. So that's why we have the driveway configuration and the building orientation the way it is.
Mr. Chairman, if I may make a suggestion.
Yeah.
Request would be that building 9 be approved, that the additional information you requested be provided before your next meeting. And that was on the garages to show the topography and the screening and show evidence that none of those units, the 2 units in front, are currently owned except by Mr. Lang, who spoke in support. And on 47, and it's closest to 46, to prove that Ted Moore owns that 46R, that's the closest one, and show photographs or evidence of the trees that are saved as a consequence of moving that building.
So if I could just, so the GIS data shows that Ted owns that building, I can tell you that. I'm looking at the submittal documents that were submitted on for the June 8th meeting, because they're still on Google Docs, we can call them up. And the footprint of the duplex is to the left of where 47 was being proposed as a single, which means that if you're shifting it now, it's possible that it's in the same location. There's no dimension on this. I'm trying to compare it graphically.
Do you want to share that, Nick, so we can see?
Yeah, hold on a second.
I would question why they're showing the plan that they're showing, if actually what you're saying is true, though. Like,
Unit 46 is owned by Holly and Jim Davidson and not by Ted Moore.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
They own it.
They own the house. They own the house on the other side of the street, Alan. You're mistaken. I'm sorry.
Unit 46, White Oaks, is owned by
We'll provide
Holly
that.
and Ted Jim Davidson.
Number 17, White Oaks Lane on the GS data says it's owned by Johnson Woods Development,
That's number 17, but unit 46,
the one on the right.
So
which
there
is,
are building numbers and there are unit numbers and they
Yeah.
don't, that's the problem.
Julie, the Davidsons live at 10 and 12 White Oaks Lane.
well, okay, so there's.
And they live in building 51. They live in building 51 on this plan.
This is the plan that was submitted on for the June 8th meeting. Right here.
Building 1, okay.
Yeah. There's the duplex outline. You gonna
Right.
talk or am I gonna talk?
Right. So what I'm saying there is that the relocated 47 is I'm happy to have a condition that it be no closer to building 46 than the original duplex line you see there.
Right there.
So by moving it over the duplex line, we save trees to the right. We don't affect anything to the left. And I own the left-hand building.
You own it today.
I've owned it for 10 years.
I'm going to go back to, that's fine, Ted. I like that. I mean, if that's in fact what's going on, I could be supportive of that. I'm going to go back to Brad's proposal of if you can provide that information that you own that, and actually a plan that shows that original duplex line, with the proposed footprint on 47, the additional information we're talking about for 33 and for the 2-car garages, and tonight we can, I think we can vote on building 9.
We'll be happy to provide you that information.
Okay.
I still want to understand who's going to own those garages. Because if the garages are up for grabs, say they can be either leased to a tenant, then that adds value to the entire development as opposed to just one unit, because anyone could rent that garage.
So that, Nick, that's what we've been doing. We have a number, going back 12 years, the board approved, as you drive into Johnson Woods Drive, there are 6 garages on the left that didn't exist in the original configuration. All the houses on Courtyard Place at that point had 1-car garages, and people wanted a second car. So we built 6 garages to the left, and they've mostly been used by people from Courtyard Place who wanted to in this case, wanted to rent a second garage, and we've been able to accommodate them. There are 52 garages similar to that scattered throughout the development. Down on the end of Green Meadow Drive, if you look at the old plans, we removed a duplex on the right side of Green Meadow Drive and built a 3-car garage there as you go into the extension of Green Meadow Drive. So there was more parking for people in that neighborhood, primarily from Green Meadow Drive, because they all had, the original Green Meadow Drive all had 1-car garages. The extension of Green Meadow Drive all had 2-car garages. So we built a 3-car garage with 3 parking spaces in front to provide 6 more parking spaces. So we've tried to do that as we've gone along for the last 15 years. And the same thing, these would be the same thing. One of the people on the call tonight needed to rent a garage to put furniture in on a short-term 6 or 9 month basis. We were able to accommodate them. That things like that have come up all the time.
Okay.
May I say something else? Every street in Johnson Woods has a cutout for guest parking, except for this area, this up area of Johnson Woods Drive. Will there be a cutout for guest parking? Now that there's new buildings being built.
Great question. Everyone on this section of Johnson Woods Drive has 4-car parking in front of their house. None of that was contemplated originally. Everyone initially had 2-car parking, a single garage and a single driveway. We were able to change the design of the houses to provide people with a 2-car garage and 2 parking spaces outside the garage, and double the parking availability per unit all along this section of Johnson Woods Drive that you live at. that's sort of been that's provided far more extra parking. We are so far above parking minimums. We're hundreds of spaces overall above parking minimums at Johnson Woods.
Thank you, Ted.
You're welcome.
So I think, right, let's focus on building 9A, 9B. And the requested approval is to approve it as a what, back to a, I mean, I guess, help me out here. Like, what do we?
It'd be merging 9A and 9B into a duplex building as shown on the plans that were submitted.
Before you consider that, what exactly is being built on 9A and 9B?
A duplex, a duplex building.
Yes, but will it fit in with the other buildings that are 15 years old?
Yeah, they're designed by the same architect, and they will look the same as pretty much all. I think all the buildings at Johnson Woods have a relationship to each other, whereby they're designed by the same person. These will be no different than everything else. They'll be They'll be like Jim Bardis's and Brian Sheehan's building, which are at Building 59, right across from the entrance to Trevor Court. Same floor plan, same design. Already been built a bunch, same as Alan Masticola's building.
So not. Is the
All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve the modification of building 9 from a
Two single family.
or 2 single family into a single duplex building as shown on the provided plans.
Second.
Can I just make a friendly amendment to that?
Sure.
When you say that there's a single configuration with the setbacks and exterior deck configurations as shown. So now specifically, we know what we approved.
Yes.
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 Yep.
Thank you. And it was seconded by Pam.
Yes.
opposed? Got to be more specific than that. You're moving into an existing neighborhood.
Now, were you on the call earlier?
Have been all night, yes.
Okay.
So let's see, we have a motion. Further discussion by the board?
No.
All right. We'll have a roll call vote. Heather?
Yes.
Linda?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
John? Yes. All right. And then do we want to continue this to when?
Mr. Chair, it'll take us no time to get the materials to you. So as soon as we can, we would appreciate coming back before you.
Brad, is it possible to say approve the location of 47 with a condition that we demonstrate ownership?
Nope.
Show that it's no closer to 46 than the original duplex?
No, I don't think we're going to do that, Ted.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
And let me make sure, not that we won't approve it eventually, but we want to have all that information before we take it.
I understand. Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Julie.
it's okay. The next available meeting is May 10th. You have a time slot at 7:30 actually.
Right, better than 11 o'clock at night.
Be what it'll be.
Which I'm surprised about, given all the things I know.
Yeah.
But you haven't,
All right.
it's the truth.
Yep.
Thank
So
you.
move that the CPDC continue the public hearing for Johnson Woods minor amendment to, did you say May 10th?
Yes.
May 10th at 7:30 PM.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call. Heather,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
John. Yes.
Thank you
All
for your time.
Thank
Sleep
you.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Thank you, Ellen.
All right. Do we have a final motion of the evening? Or Julie?
I need you guys to do before town meeting. Because doesn't seem like it ever happened before, even though I find that hard to believe. So the stormwater bylaw, you just need to vote to make a recommendation to town meeting on whether you vote to recommend approval or not.
This is our last chance before town meeting, right?
We never did that before?
I guess not. We couldn't find it in our notes or minutes, and I didn't make a report like when I made the other one. So
yeah. All right. Right. Nothing. Well, I feel like we went over that.
At it.
We've looked
yeah,
at
it hasn't changed
so
since
it
the last
hasn't
time you guys
Okay.
discussed it. And I'm working on making a presentation for you for.
Okay.
Me.
Anyone want to make a second to last motion? This one about the stormwater?
Move to approve the stormwater provisions as.
No, move to
No.
recommend that the town meeting accept.
Okay.
Update stormwater bylaw.
Got it.
Yeah.
Move. Say it again, Julie. I'm sorry.
Something to that effect. Someone else.
Move that CPDC recommend to town meeting the stormwater bylaw provisions.
Second.
All right. Roll call. Let's start with Linda,
Yes.
Heather,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
John. Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now one more. Oh, it's 12:03. That last one. Damn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Be a record.
Oh yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.